Let's see. Morning, T. Haynes. Paul. AJC in the house. And look at Albar EB Coffin Ball Ambient. Morning, everybody. Got to admit, boy, the shower felt good this morning. Some reason I have Hell is for Children in my head this morning.
I'm sorry.
I liked
Who would you start, Lagway or Mertz?
Ooh. You think it's got enough mass appeal?
No, but I don't have anything else right now.
I hear you. Dogs or cats would probably be too snarky.
God, it'd be funny. What do you prefer, dogs or cats, for pets or food?
Palatka sulfur smell. No, huh? No, was EB. I did not. Although somebody alluded to it in the Twitch chat room yesterday that the first caller apparently to one of the Cleveland sports shows was like Deshaun's QBR and Baker's and.
All right, Barry Sanders.
We could go with that poll question, I guess.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you as we get over the hump together. Hope your week is going well. Let's make it even better, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Heck of a show lined up for you today. 4 guests. 4. That's how we roll on Wednesdays. You know, the transition day where we have, turn our back on what was and we look ahead to what will be. And of course, this time of the year, Mark, we've got Thursday night football to look forward to. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. A little extra oomph to that. How the heck are you? Sounds like you got a good night's sleep last night. I can base usually your sleep patterns on how strong or weak the how the heck are you is at 6:01 a.m.
It was nice to be in my own bed last night. Not going to lie, even though, I stayed in a couple of very nice hotels, but it was just nice to be in the cozy confines.
Do you ever wake up and not know where you are? And I'm not joking around because, I just made a trip to Pittsburgh and got up in the middle of the night to do what I do. And I'm like, for just for a half a second, I'm like, where the hell am I? And I had to, okay, I got to get out this side of the bed. I got to walk this way to where the bathroom is. And I, just for that moment, I'm like, where the hell am I? But I don't travel that much. When I traveled a lot, I don't recall that happening. So do you, from going from Chicago to Ohio or to Iowa, back to Chicago to California, did you ever say hello, Cleveland, when you weren't in Ohio?
There are moments where I forget what the layout of the room is, and I will walk into something.
Do you swear?
Oh, yes. And then I'll realize, blank, you're not in that hotel room anymore. You're in this hotel room. That was the last hotel room. Damn. Ouch, my shin hurts. That's usually what happens. I will say, when I wake up from my nap, like never when I wake up in the morning do I not know what city I'm in. But when I go down for the power nap Monday afternoon, there are times when I wake up from the power nap and I need 15 seconds. I'm not exactly sure who I am, where I am, what's going on.
That's a great sleep. I've got to admit, that's a great nap right there. When you can pull that off, that's actually a spectacular nap. I'm not a sleep doctor, but I can tell you right now, that's quality REM nap.
I think so too. I really do. Miller and Moulton on this Wednesday. Hey, this might be a little early for this. So, as you mentioned, I traveled from San Francisco to Jacksonville yesterday, and everything went fine for what that's worth. But the stop was in Dallas. Okay, get off the plane in Dallas, and we're at the very end of a terminal there. Everything is to the left. There's virtually nothing to the right. You turn, you go about 80 feet, and the terminal is a wall. That's it. It's over. And there's no one over there. And I had a shoe that was untied. So I took my stuff and I went over and I sat down, and literally there's no one there. All right. And I'm tying my shoe and what have you, and I look over and there's a phone. Well, first off, I felt horrible for the person. I'm like, oh my goodness, you left your phone at the airport. And, black phone case, black seat. All right, blended in. I mean, I was sitting next to it because I had 3 hours to kill. And I just thought, I'll hang out here for a little bit. Everybody had left except for one attendant at the gate. I see the phone. I grabbed the phone. I go up to and I say, oh, what do we do? And they said, be honest with you? Well, yeah, please. We'll make an announcement over the airport that, hey, if you've left your phone, come and get it. And I go, and what if they've already boarded their flight? Because that's what I figured, that that person left it,
right,
and they boarded the plane that just took off from that gate, 30, 40, 60 minutes ago. And they said, well, then it'll go. And I go, once it goes, and they said, they'll never get it. I go, never. And I said, no, tell me, what are the percentage chances that they'll get their phone? And she said, I've been here 7 years. I've never known anybody. If they don't come running back to the gate and we hand them the phone, I don't know anybody that's ever gotten their phone back. I said, okay. So I sat there. I made her make the announcement, and I sat there for an hour. Because, Mark, there's no one there. They had no next flight taking off for like 5 hours.
Right. The gate's empty. The person who dropped that phone's already on a plane heading somewhere else.
and the lady even said, I got to go, and I said, I'll sit here for an hour. I go, if by chance the person left here to go to a connector, okay, and I'll sit here. I got the time. So I sat there for an hour. No one came. So I got this phone in my hand. So I got the phone. I reached out on X, and I said, hey, if you by chance you or anybody lost their phone at DFW airport, okay, call it because I may have it and I'll return it to you. Now, obviously, I don't have a ton of people following me, but I was hoping that people would retweet it, and then it just so and the phone was all but dead too. The phone was in the red in terms of charge.
Right.
And so I did, and my equipment it didn't charge it. I don't know if the phone's too new or too old.
It's probably an Android and you're carrying an iPhone.
Right.
So
So, but anyway, but I got the new desk at the house I got the automatic charger on it.
Right.
You take any phone, you just put it right on it. Boom.
So wait a minute. You stole the phone?
Seriously. I'm trying to be a good person here. I'm trying to get, as someone who left their phone in a rental car, okay, as someone who has lost a wallet, not had it returned, as someone who lost a phone and didn't have it returned. All right. And I went running back to the car rental place 12 minutes after I left it. And they're like, oh, no, man, it's gone. Really? Okay, but I just know, and I think we all do, all the information that we have in our phone. And I know it can be backed up and you can buy a new one. Yeah, I guess. But so
have they called yet?
Okay. So here's the really. So after the hour, I'm like, well, I might as well go return to civilization because obviously the person who lost the phone's not at the airport. And I will say the announcement was made like every 12, 15 minutes. I heard it 3-4 times. Okay. So I go to my gate and I'm hanging out. And so I got 2 phones. So first off, I don't know if I look like a drug dealer or if I look like I was the guy.
Adam Schefter. That's all. You had a burner phone.
Yeah, right. That's it. I'm an NFL information guy. So here's the funny part, though. My wife calls. And we talk when I'm on the road once a day. And when I mean talk, I mean like 20 minutes. Okay. And we have a lot going on in our lives right now, a lot of health concerns all throughout the family. So this is the talk. All right. Midway through the talk, the other phone rings. I can't get it. This is important, and it was important where my wife was in a specific conversation too. And I can't just go, honey, I got to call you back. I got to go answer my phone. She knows I don't have another phone. What are you doing? Besides, I'm in the middle of talking about what. Okay, and the mama called.
Oh boy,
I know. But that's somebody that I want to go. I want to answer the phone and go, Mama, hi. No, I know it's not your son or daughter, but it's somebody who has their phone. They left it in the airport. I want to return it to them. It would have been. I stopped paying attention to my wife, and I'm just staring at the phone, going, "Oh, please call back, please just try to reach your son or daughter again." Okay, so of course they don't call back. We board the flight. And Mark, what's your picture on your phone? Like if it's just sitting there idly, is it a picture of your daughter or your wife?
My son and daughter.
Okay. I have nothing. I don't. It's a generic screenshot. Okay. It's almost like a generic picture in a, yeah. So this person has a very attractive woman in her early to mid 20s. Attractive enough where I'm thinking this might not be a girlfriend. This could be a model. And she's, how shall I say it? She's healthy. And she's sitting on the edge of a bed with her arms folded. And she looks as if you've been gone from work all day, and she's very happy to see you.
Typical response most of us men get when we come home from a long day.
Absolutely. Right. And so I'm now on the plane. I am surrounded by women. Two to my left, the aisle across from me, the row, everybody around me is women. All the flight attendants are female. And I've got this phone, okay? And I have it, with the little place where you can put your phone right in front of you. Okay, the little thing slides down, you put it right in front of you because I want to be able to see it when it calls. Okay, but then at the same time, that picture is about 6 minutes away from porn. That's how enticing this photo is. So all the women on the plane are looking at me like, seriously, dude, you're one of those guys? That's your screenshot on your phone? And I'm looking at them and I want to say, it's not my phone. I'm trying to be a good guy here.
Sure.
Mama called. Mama called 45 minutes ago. I want Mama to call back. So I've got the phone, and if it rings during the show, Mark, this time I'm answering it. You need to fill.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If it's Mama, for sure, we're going to take that call. We got a terrific show lined up for you today. Chris Perkins to talk some Dolphins. Dallas Robinson talk some NFL. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, all on Miller and Moulton, the starting 25 minutes away.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Just had a buddy of mine text me and go, so you telling me all day that person had just one call? And I'm like, from 5 p.m. yesterday till now, yes. John,
I could go days without getting a phone call.
John, the phone is locked. I can't. I trust me. I would love to. They're getting Instagram notifications, TikTok notifications, but I can't. I can't get. By the way, here's the phone. Here's the picture.
We got it.
Doesn't she look happy to see you when you came home?
Looks like a stock photo.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yes,
And that's
it may
the
be a
other
trap.
thing.
They left their phone on an airport chair to get Moulton to take it to steal all of his money. I'm with you. It's a trap.
No, the Instagram notification, it just says Instagram notification, TikTok notification. And that's the other thing. I'm as old as I am, and look at the picture of how young that person is. So I can only imagine people like, oh, what is that, your daughter? Okay, I mean, and I'm trying to go, I'm trying to be a nice guy.
Still need a poll question.
Well, that's just it, Coffin Ball. The gate, we came in. Okay, so I don't know where the flight was before us. Yeah, but here's the other thing. They haven't gotten any texts either. No, Go Raiders. Wife doesn't know I have the phone.
Go for it, DC. You're better than us.
Yeah. Listen, if you all want to take to X or whatever and say, hey, a buddy of mine found a phone at the DFW airport yesterday afternoon. If you lost your phone, call it. He wants to return it to you. Jay Handel shows the picture again.
All right, that's enough of that. We're a family show. It does look catfishy. All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
On this hump day, one of those days in American history in which we all know exactly where we were, the 11th of September. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by Floormeisters. Floormeisters, next to the Costco in Naples. Floormeisters, keeping it real. So it looks like the NFL, as of now, is not thinking the Christian McCaffrey thing's a big deal.
No, not at all.
I'm surprised. They're very, very vigilant about injury reports and the information that needs to be given out by teams. And so, maybe it's just the first 24 hours they're not reacting very fast, and maybe they will. Maybe other teams will complain, and the league then will say, oh, okay, we'll get on this.
The Jets should complain. I mean, they really needed McCaffrey, so it wasn't as powerful as a runner going through the middle of the line who had 100 yards before contact in the game.
You're saying the Jets should complain because, hey, we would have been fine with McCaffrey, but this Jordan Mason guy.
Too much for us to handle.
But now what are we to believe anymore? But now, according to the Niners, he has, what is it? Achilles tendonitis? What is that? Is that like a tennis elbow of the Achilles? But it sounds like something that could linger all season. How do you attend to Achilles tendonitis? I don't know, but they don't even know if he's going to play this week against the Vikings yet. Well, okay. Huh.
One of the things with McCaffrey that we know, he's often injured. And now starting the year like this, you have to wonder if this is something that, like you just said, will this linger all season long?
But it's funny how quickly we can forget things. McCaffrey, since the Niners acquired him, which was halfway through the 22 season, he had only missed one game, Mark, and that was the final game of last season, which they intentionally sat him out of. So he didn't even miss it due to injury. He had played in all but one of the year and a half's worth of games that he had been with the Niners. And they sat him out to protect him. So you're right. He was, it's kind of like if Saquon goes to the Eagles and has 2 years where he plays in every game. You forget that Saquon was often injured earlier in his career. And then all of a sudden, if in year 3, Saquon's, in and out of the lineup, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. He used to do this, just not with us. So anyway, that's the Christian McCaffrey saga.
The Jet saga is they got to figure out how to stop the run.
Uh-huh. Now, I'll say this. I think they're playing in the right division. Look at their rivals. Buffalo doesn't commit to the run. They get their rushing yards from Josh Allen scrambling or just deciding, I'm going to run it. And the Dolphins certainly don't commit to the run.
Boy, you would think teams will change their approach to the Jets when there seems to be a vulnerability to stopping the run, that I would be actively trying to run right at them.
Well, the Patriots will. Goodness, and I know we don't think much of them, but the Patriots will. They don't have much of a passing attack, and they've got a couple of good running backs. When they play the Jets, they'll line up and run right at them. But yeah. You mentioned that Jordan Mason had 100 yards before contact on Monday night. Emmitt Smith, 1 year with the Cowboys, the offensive line was so good. He had 1,000 yards before contact that season. 1,000 yards before he got hit.
Seems like an easy way to get 1,000 yards in the NFL. Seems unlikely, but seems like a nice way to get your running yards.
That's pretty. How good's your offensive line? You could get 1,000 yards behind it. No. Actually, no, you could. You come damn close anyway. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Did you hear the story in Auburn? The quarterback of Auburn lost at home to Cal.
Yes, they did.
On Saturday. And
Cal, a covering machine and away from home.
Yeah, apparently so. Good win for the ACC. And so apparently the people are hitting the Auburn quarterback up saying, listen, reach into your NIL and send me some money for my gambling losses because of you.
Oh, boy.
Kid talked about it yesterday.
Oh, boy. Now you're getting paid. Now they're demanding even more.
Hey, listen, you're a professional. You are. All right.
Yeah, I know the NFL guys just get yelled at if they lose a fantasy game for a team. You don't hear of NFL players being asked for money on gambling debts.
Well, not yet. Maybe that's the next step in fans discuss. Man, you cost me my fantasy league. I could see where a pro athlete could get annoyed with that. Right? Hey, you cost me $50 against the Niners. Could see where that would get to me too after a while.
It would. And
So-
then what I'd like him to do is win, and cover, and get up to the podium next week and said, I need all that money back.
So that's the new world that we're living in right now, Mark.
Gambling's not legal in Alabama yet, is it?
No, but a few people are trying. I like in the state legislature. Apparently, they're like wanting to put it on the ballot. They're meeting with resistance, but there are people in Alabama that apparently really want to go the gambling route because they don't even have the lottery in Alabama. Remember the Powerball a few years ago was like, over $1 billion, and Saban had no idea what people were talking about?
Yeah, I don't think that's changed with Nick. Yeah, he was not aware of the Powerball at all.
Right.
That it even existed.
They were like explaining it to him at his weekly presser. He's like, yeah, we don't have that here. Well, that's true, Coach. I was like with Joe Gibbs, who was on the job in Washington in his final year. He's being driven home from practice. And what are those beautiful trees, okay, that they have in D.C.?
The apple trees you're talking about? The cherry trees, you mean?
Yeah, okay. And he said to his driver something along the lines of, wow, this is beautiful. All right. And the driver's like, yeah, Coach. Wow, I've never seen these before. Driver's like, Coach, they've been here for like 200 years. You've been here for 10. You've seen them. He's like, no, I don't ever remember seeing them before. Okay, Coach, we'll be home in a few minutes.
Look back down at your notes.
Right. Maybe time to literally smell the roses, Coach. Miller and Moulton. As Mark mentioned, hell of a show. About an hour from now, Dallas Robinson of Pro Football Network to talk the NFL. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins. That's not bad. That's solid. Miller and Moulton. The starting five is mere minutes away. MillerandMoulton.com.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, DC had a baseball poll question. I'd rather go with Mertz and Lagway.
What's his baseball poll question?
Something about the World Series.
Oh, yeah. It's still a ways away.
It's Barry Sanders ambient. In my lifetime, I never saw Jim Brown play. Are you thinking about an answer or a poll question? Or are you
Poll
just
question.
deep in thought? Okay.
Both. Yeah, let's do Lagway or Mertz. If you're Billy Napier, who would you start at quarterback Saturday versus Texas A&M? No. I don't think many people would consider Adrian Peterson the GOAT. Oh. So is Adrian Peterson the best running back of the 21st century, is what you're saying? I could go with that.
I might counter with Derrick Henry.
I'd go Peterson. Well, I would consider the guts of Falk's career. Falk is a lot like Bettis, mid 90s to mid 2000s. So No, Gunn, he is all in on the Gators, but he's also all in on Napier.
When you plan on firing Napier? I mean, until he gets canned.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us on this hump day, this September 11th, which I think will make everyone at some point today stop and pause, and we always should. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
number 1, the NFL. Tyreek Hill calls for the, quote, escalating, unquote, officer to be fired. This is quite a little war of words between the police department and the Dolphins going on. I wonder if pretty much today will be the last of it. Game tomorrow. Team goes on the road, doesn't play for a week and a half. I wonder if this ends up being like a 48 to 72 hour story.
I don't think so. Listening to Tua talk, he said they're planning on doing things next week. Hill has come out and said he wants to get a group together and meet with the chief of police. They're trying to do all these things. I don't think this is going away by Thursday, David.
Okay. All right. NFL investigating the latest lawsuit against Deshaun Watson. He is being accused of sexual assault going back to 2020. Apparently, the suit has a ton of specific detail. And can the Browns try to get out of their contract with him? Yes. Could it technically, if he were to be found guilty of what the woman is charging him with, get the Browns out of their contract with him? Yes. Most people, however, do not think that the Browns would be successful trying to use Deshaun's legal issues against him to get out from under his contract, which could be the worst one ever signed in the history of the NFL, and maybe up there in the history of pro sports if he doesn't start performing better soon. Former NFL MVP Adrian Peterson, by the way, quick sidebar, very healthy discussion going on in our Twitch chat room about just where does Adrian Peterson rank amongst the all-time great running backs, and really, is he the best running back that we've seen so far this century, Mark? Edgerrin James, basically the guts of his career was the 21st century. That's a Hall of Fame running back. AP certainly going to be a Hall of Fame running back. You got LaDainian Tomlinson. You got some like Marshall Faulk, Jerome Bettis, they started their career for a half dozen years in the 90s. But is Adrian Peterson the best running back we've seen in the last 25 years? Because obviously Peyton was the 70s and 80s. Emmett was the 90s, essentially. Barry Sanders was the 90s, essentially. They each had like 1 year in the 80s professionally, but, All right.
No, I mean, it's all three are worthy choices. AP is the only one to get the 2,000 yards, which means something to a lot of people. In the century where the running back has gone to die,
Right.
it's an interesting conversation.
Well, Adrian Peterson has been ordered to turn over his assets because, well, he took out a loan for a business deal in 2017 with two other people, but they made AP the number one person on the loan. So he and only he is responsible for paying it back. And apparently he owes $12 million. And so 7 years later, the people are wanting their money back. And so he's got a couple of houses and anyway, they're coming after what he owes. 49ers Christian McCaffrey. Now they say he has Achilles tendonitis. I don't know what that is. I mean, is that like tennis elbow of the Achilles? I don't know. Anyway, his status for Sunday against the Vikings, quote, up in the air. Is that an official status?
That's not, no, that up in the air is not one of the ones listed.
Because I thought it was probable, questionable, doubtful, out.
Up in the air, not one of those three.
Where would you put up in the air, by the way?
I would put that in the hockey world.
Well, if that's
He's a lower body injury, he's up in the air.
Mark, if that's the case, that would be the only designation on an NHL injury report. Every single player's status would be what?
Up in the air.
Panthers, they're the worst team in the league, and they just lost their best player. Defensive tackle Derek Brown out for the year with a meniscus tear. He had just been given a 4-year, $96 million extension. Now, it doesn't kick in until next year, but still. I mean, this guy played almost 90% of their snaps last year. He made over 100 tackles as a defensive lineman to have over 100 tackles. It's a monster on a bad team, and he's out for the year. Colts cornerback Juju Brents. They fear he's out for the year with a knee injury that he suffered week 1 against Houston. He's the second-round pick from a year ago, good young corner. And, Mark, it looks as if it's going to be Justin Fields again for the Steelers. Mike Tomlin addressing it yesterday, saying Russ is getting healthier, but he ain't ready yet. Don't think we're going to press the issue. So, no Russ back at the scene of the crime in Denver.
I think it's partially because Tomlin feels they can win the same way against Denver they won against Atlanta. Play defense, kick field goals, and not screw up.
You mean the way they've been winning for the last 2-3 years?
Yeah.
Final year of Ben and the 2 years after. Number 2, Major League Baseball. So the Royals, Seth Lugo, by the way, it's either Chris Sale is going to win it in the National League. Seth Lugo is going to win the Cy Young in the American League. Here's a guy that a bunch of teams wouldn't even – he wanted to be a starter his whole career, and most teams are like, nah, you're a reliever. He's like, no, really, I'm a starter. Okay, and so San Diego last year let him be a starter. He's pretty good. He reaches free agency, and the Royals were like, yeah, dude, you're a starter. He's like, darn right I am. He just won his 16th game of the year yesterday. 3 hit the Yankees over 7 innings, 5-0 Kansas City. You combine the Yankees loss with the Orioles' 5-3 win over Boston. Cedric Mullins with 2 homers for the O's. Baltimore's a half game back in the East, a game in the loss column. Cleveland shut out the White Sox 5-0. Lane Thomas with a 3-run homer. The Guardians' lead over the Royals remains 3.5 in the Central. The Twins snap a 4-game skid, Mark. They doubled up the Angels 10-5. That's significant because they're holding down the final playoff spot in the American League. And right now, Mark, they're holding off your Tigers.
You're damn right they are. They better watch it. Tigers got the Rockies on the ropes. Took them down last night. They'll take them down again today.
Kiter Montero, a rookie for the Tigers, threw the first shutout in 3 years for Detroit. 11-0 Tigers over Colorado. So Red Sox and Mariners, 4 back of the Twins, Tigers 3 back. for the final playoff spot in the American League. Speaking of the Mariners, they lost to San Diego 7-3. Machado and Tatis both homered for the Padres. Houston lost in extras to the A's 4-3, but they still maintain the 4.5 game lead on the Mariners, and their magic number is 14. Mets lost in Toronto 6-2. You combine that with Michael Harris hitting 2 homers for the Braves. They bombed Washington 12-0. Mets and Braves back tied for the final playoff spot in the National League with 17 to play. Another Braves injury, however. Starter Reynaldo Lopez left the game after 1 inning with a shoulder injury. Unbelievable the amount of injuries that the Braves have suffered through.
What's unbelievable is that they've won 79 games.
Right. And
they're 13
pace to win almost
500.
Right.
With the injuries that they've suffered over the season, to keep playing the way they have is something.
Phillies beat the Rays 9-4. It was tied at 4 in the 8th when the Phillies exploded. Trey Turner hit 2 homers. Harper had 4 hits. Kyle Schwarber led off the game with a homer for the 14th time this year. That's a new major league record. He did, however, get injured diving back into first base on a pickoff attempt in the 4th inning and took himself out of the game. So that bears watching for the Phillies, who have a 8-game lead now in the East. Pirates beat the Marlins 6-4. Andrew McCutchen with his 20th homer. I wonder if this will be it for McCutchen. I mean, he's beloved in Pittsburgh. You know, he's still good enough to put out there 120, 130 games, but, you know, I wonder if he goes out, you know, with a good solid season or not. I'm just curious. Cubs double up the Dodgers 6-3. Cubs are trying to hang in there. They're 4 back of the Braves and Mets. They'd have to leapfrog both of them to make the playoffs. Dodgers lead is 4.5 over San Diego, 5 over Arizona, who beat Texas 6-0. Christian Walker with 2 homers. Brewers lead is 8.5 over the Cubs. They beat the Giants 3-2. Their magic number in the Central is 9. And the Reds are the biggest tease since Noreen Ziegler. 3-0 over the Cardinals. They've won 3 in a row. They are doing this just to mess with Miller and Moulton. They'd have to go 12-4, by the way, for us to win our bet.
It's not happening.
It's not happening.
We've lost this bet.
We have, but those blankety blanks. Number 3, the WNBA. All 3 road teams won and covered yesterday. Minnesota beat Atlanta by 12. New York over Dallas by 14. Connecticut over LA by 20. 3 games tonight in the W, including Caitlin and the Fever. They're hosting Vegas, and they're getting points. Remember, it's not Minnesota. Minnesota's the only team who's beaten them since the Olympic break. The Fever, home tonight against the Aces from Las Vegas. Kelsey Plum and the gals are 3.5-point favorites. Think about it. I know we've lost our last 2 WNBA bets. Okay, just saying. I'd be willing to go to the well on the Fever, though. Getting 3.5 at home?
All right.
Just think about it.
Duly noted, David.
Soccer. So a big day for U.S. men's national team yesterday because they introduced Mauricio Pochettino as their new manager. This guy is far and away the most established guy we've ever had associated with the U.S. men's national team as a coach. And then did you see we basically an own goal in the 89th minute? We had 3 of our defenders chasing down a loose ball, 1 guy from New Zealand. And I think the guy tried to kick it over into the crowd and give him a corner. And instead he kicked it over the goalie and into the net in the 89th minute. We ended up with a 1-1 draw with the All Whites are all right tonight. NBA, Adam Silver, for the first time in a long time, openly talking about expansion. He said owners didn't talk about it this summer because we were tied up with the whole TV thing. We are, however, going to address expansion during the upcoming season. NBA at 30 teams. football and hockey at 32, baseball and basketball at 30. What do you think baseball and basketball is going to do before the decade's up, Mark?
Let's see, with $1 billion expansion fee that goes directly to the owners, none of it going to the players at all.
Right.
I don't know, David. I think they'll probably just stay at 30.
You know, Mark, I think you might be wrong. So the thoughts are, by the way, it's Seattle and Vegas. And in fact, it's tough to. It's a lot like baseball, right? I mean, besides Portland and Nashville, I mean, who else is even right now given serious consideration for expansion in baseball besides Portland and Nashville?
I mean, there's always a little talk with Charlotte, but Atlanta nixes that every time.
So, by the way, something also, we noted James Earl Jones passing yesterday at the age of, he passed on Monday at the age of 93. We talked about it yesterday. I did not know this, but the folks in Jacksonville feel indebted to James Earl Jones when they made their pitch to get an NFL franchise over 30 years ago. He agreed to voice their video. And the folks in Jacksonville firmly believe that his presence, even vocally, helped legitimize their city in the video. And they feel it went a long way towards Jacksonville. Because when Jacksonville got the franchise in 93, it was a huge upset. And the folks in Jacksonville think James Earl Jones had a big part of them getting the franchise. And that is the starting five. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Detroit sports guy, two things. One, we pointed it out yesterday that the Tigers absolutely have to sweep the Rockies because of the two challenging series they have after that, but that they might have a scheduling advantage the final week of the year versus the Twins. But yes, have to sweep the Rockies. And secondly, so let's see, Skubal and Lugo are tied at 16 wins. Skubal's ERA is what, 4.4 lower, 2.53 to 2.93. But you got to admit, Detroit sports guy, Lugo's been pitching in big games, so to speak, all year. I mean, the Royals have been in it all year. I mean, has Skubal had a big start yet, if you know what I mean? Like, you could argue he's only just now going to take the ball and feel like it's a pressure start. So I don't know if that makes a difference. Has Skubal been a little bit better than Lugo? Yes, a little bit. But let's just say they both win one or two more games. You got the Tigers guy and the Royals guy, and they each have 18 wins. Skubal's ERA is 3/4 of a run lower. But the guy from the Royals is obviously on a playoff team, and the guy from the Tigers is not. Does that make a difference in a close vote? Maybe not. Maybe you're right. It'll be Skubal.
A win like last night for Lugo, though, goes a long ways. Pitching against New York and beating him with a 3-hitter.
By the way, he apparently did something no pitcher's ever done against the Yankees. All right. 7 shutout innings, 14 strikeouts, no walks. Apparently it's never been done against the Yankees before. The no walks part. So, but of course he only went 7 innings because it's 2024. I mean, God forbid to keep him in there. He's only getting everybody out. Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, nothing. I thought you froze up there for a second.
No, I was just very stoic.
Bum, bum, bum. See, now I've got our show music in my head. I will say right now, the loser of the Orioles-Yankees is going to get the Royals in a best of 3. That could be a problem. The Royals pitching in a short series. They put the ball in play. A lot of team speed. But Detroit sports guy, it's got to be cool that the Tigers are playing meaningful games.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. It is also September 11th. My guess is we will all pause at some moment in time, as we should, on one of the most fateful days in American history. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. What's on your mind, Mark? You look anxious.
No, not anxious. It's just interesting that you mentioned, obviously September 11th, but, for all of us of a certain age, yes. I've got 2 kids who don't remember it. One who's 25 now and a daughter who's 10. And my daughter yesterday in the car said, we're going to learn about September 11th tomorrow in school. And I'm like, Wow.
Yep.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. And you should. And by the
Damn
way,
right.
it's a real toe tapper of a day too, honey. All right. A real toe tapper. Miller and Moulton. But yes, those of us of a certain age certainly remember where we were when. Did we ultimately go with the Gators quarterback dilemma as our poll question?
I like that you go dilemma, not controversy, because it is just a dilemma. We did. If you were Florida, who would you start at quarterback Saturday versus A&M? Early voting right now is all DJ Lagway.
Sure. Because early voting's all Gator fans, and they're like, hey, please give me hope. Give me something in the future to look at. And please, kid's got 3 years of eligibility. Please, just give me something. I'm going Mertz.
Why?
I've said it because I think the offensive line is a little overmatched against A&M. And your point is Lagway's got better wheels. That's how I would counter that. I would want to counter it by we really need to be in the right protections. Okay, I need a veteran quarterback who can get us with the right line calls. Okay, and now if midway during the game, even third quarter, coming out of the locker room, fine. The other thing that I'm wondering, you know how sometimes you learn by watching? What is it that Mertz has not done? Even last year when we were saying, wow, this guy's playing a lot better than we thought. What didn't the Gators really do last year?
Push the ball down the field.
Correct. Even though obviously they had some talented wideouts. What did Lagway do almost exclusively, granted against inferior competition, but what was Lagway totally interested in doing last Saturday?
The deep ball, and he was great at it.
I mean, 25 plus yards of completion for Lagway last week. The ball went down the field. It's one of the comments that Giants fans have made. Do they think Tommy Cutlets is better than Daniel Jones? Well, after this past week, maybe. But in the past, no. But for whatever reason, when Daniel Jones is in the game, it seems as if all the passes are dinks and dunks. And when Tommy Cutlets is in the game, it seems as if all the passes go 20 yards downfield.
And if that's the case, mine, and you said it, but mine is more about the fact that Lagway has the mobility to get away from a rush. I don't think A&M's doing anything. I don't know how much they're going to be blitzing, how many exotic packages they have. I think they just think they can maul you up front because they're very good with the defensive line. So I don't know how much it is about calling out protections as much as it is just you block him.
Here's the other thing that I wonder about is if you go with Lagway, then you're benching Mertz because he's healthy enough to play. He's your starting quarterback. Isn't he also a captain? Right? If you go, and to me, is that not a bit of a panic move? Third game into the season, everything that you preached all off season, you first patch of adversity, you bail.
Is it first patch of adversity, or is it what you've talked about for years on this show, David, is that the guys in the room know? Did they see Lagway? Is Lagway in practice or in Lagway in this game, and the players are looking around going, anybody see this guy spin it? This guy can throw it. This is what we're talking about here. I need this guy. I can play behind him. I don't know if I can get it done behind him. And that, to me, is the other question that has to be answered when you're making this decision of who to start.
Well, Mark, I think you hit on it. And if by chance the room thinks that the kid should be playing, that's a lot like, when Parcells benched Bledsoe essentially for his career at halftime of a game and turned it over to Romo. Belichick just sensed that we'll have a better chance to win with Brady than with Drew. And that was more of a gut call. Parcells thought that, Drew was losing the room also. Okay. And it was time to give the kid a shot. And you're right, Mark. I agree with that assessment 100%. If Napier senses or his assistants sense and they come to him and go, Billy, the guys are chomping at the bit for DJ. Because I can tell you that happened at Alabama. In the 2017 season, when they're competing for a national title, those 4 wide receivers who all went in the first round, they were all freshmen and sophomores, and they were chomping for Tua. At practice, they wanted Tua, not Hurts. Hurts had led them to an undefeated season the year before. They lost in the final second of the national title game. They're back in the playoff again the next year with a 1 loss. And, Nick can't bench a guy who's like, 25-1, 25-2 at quarterback. And the wide receivers are like, you need to bench the 25-2 SEC player of the year because this kid's better. And at halftime, down 10 or 13-0 or whatever it was, Nick benched Hurts for Tua. And the wide receivers were like, all right, let's go. Let's play. Now we're talking. I mean, they were all transferring. Tua, most of the they were all gone. If Tua wasn't going to be the quarterback in 2018. And Nick had, stayed with Hurts as long as he could, Mark. And then he's like, I got to put Tua in there. It wasn't week 3 against A&M, though. It was third quarter of the national title game.
Correct.
Right. A little different.
Not much riding on that one.
Right.
But for Napier, it's just his career. That's all. No, I mean, you come from Louisiana to Florida and you fail, you're not getting another shot at a big-time college, not anytime soon, if ever.
Correct. No, you're Sun Belt Billy forever. You are. Don't get me wrong, your bank account. Your bank account's SEC, Billy.
No, it's my son calls it the greatest job in the world. Fired college football coach. Look at Jimbo right now.
Can you put that on a business card, by the way?
Yes, you can. Gruden does it.
Should say Dan Mullen, fired CFB head coach / ESPN. Harold, nice to meet you.
Orgeron got fired, got that house in Destin. He's just hanging out at the beach.
He's living the life.
You're damn right he is.
Go Tigers. In fact, if you ring his doorbell, every time you pull that, the mailman, when he pulls down the mailbox, it says, Go Tigers.
That would scare the hell out of my mail lady. In fact, I want it installed tomorrow. She's not very nice.
Really?
No, I have worked hard to rekindle my relationship with our mail person because David, she left me a threatening letter because of you. When we were doing the show from my house,
Act 2,
you came over every morning.
Right.
You would park on the street directly in front of my mailbox.
Not directly in front.
Close. There's nowhere else to park. I'm not knocking you. You parked in front of my house, which
Right.
meant you parked in front of the mailbox.
Right, because if I parked further down where there was enough room for her to pull the thing up, I would be like in front of someone else's property.
Correct.
And so I wanted to stay in front of your property, so there was not enough room for the. Plus, also, she came very early. I'm not used to the mail being delivered by 10 a.m.
We're one of the first stops. But she left a note that have this car moved or I won't deliver your mail anymore. And I, of course, said something to her. I said, excuse me? You're not going to deliver my mail? What I wanted to tell her was get her out of the car and put it in the mailbox like you're supposed to. All you do is drive around and shove it in the mailbox, and sometimes forcefully. You don't look at that sign that says photos do not bend. You're just jamming it in there.
Look at you. Struck a nerve. So we can fix that mailbox. Go Tigers.
That's what I want. I want to scare the hell out of her. Go Tigers.
So that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller _ Moulton on X. If you're Napier, who you starting this week? Going back to Mertz, he got banged up. You sat him against the FCS school. I mean, come on. He's starting quarterback. You go back to him. Come on. He had a good year last year, 73%. Or you're like, hell with this, man. My future's tied to the 5-star. Let's go. Future's now.
I think you have to play the 5-star.
Wow.
You saw in the Miami game how different it is with a quarterback that can do something. You watched it with your own eyes. You got beat down because a guy was making all kinds of throws from all kinds of angles, doing everything right. You think you have one of those. It's time to put him in. Because games that we thought were winnable in the middle of the Florida schedule don't look as winnable now.
Although I don't know. Think about it. Kentucky just got drubbed by South Carolina. If Florida can win Saturday, then, outside of going to Knoxville, they can win every game on their schedule before they get to Georgia. They can be 5-2 facing that final stretch. I mean, UCF at Mississippi State, Kentucky at home, they'll lose at Tennessee. But I mean, they can be, if they win this week, he can be 5-2. Same position as last year.
Just got it. And I don't think they're winning many games down the stretch with Mertz because he doesn't push the ball down the field. I mean, that's the other side of this. Is he really going to change the way that he plays the position?
I'm just wondering if he was watching on the sideline last week and said, throwing the ball downfield. What a concept. Maybe I should try that next time. Dallas Robinson of Pro Football Network. He's 25 minutes away on Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, some American Airline pretzels for breakfast. Good morning. Okay. To ambient, to Irish football. Here's what I don't understand. You guys are Broncos fans. You're playing a rookie quarterback. Why can't you just sit back and watch this year? No, and I'm being very serious. I'm not being a jerk. You guys have expectations. How can you have expectations when you've taken a huge cap hit, you're in transition, and you're playing a true rookie quarterback? Just sit back and watch the year. Watch him develop. Watch him grow. He's your future. Just sit back. You're not going to play meaningful football in all likelihood until next year or the year after, but just, I understand you haven't made the playoffs in 8 years. I get it.
Here's the question. Here's the real question. Because I am so sick of the Denver Broncos, I could throw up. You guys have made me root against them. I want you to know that. When you guys take a 5.5, 6.5 over-under in Vegas and think they're going to win 10 games and make the playoffs, it's laughable. But what's the real question is, are we going to take the Fever plus 3.5, or do we just take them on the money line?
Do we do? Oh. Want to get greedy?
Well, I'm just asking a question.
I like the way you're thinking. I do. Oh, fam, A&M's Kyle Field's awesome. It is. The crowd's amazing. That upset 2 years ago of Alabama, that was up there. That was LSU on a Saturday night. That was Tennessee's upset of Bama 2 years ago also. That was, oof, that was special. Fans are better than the product. They really are. Fans deserve a winner.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. You have a great guest list lined up. It begins in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Dallas Robinson of Pro Football Network covers the NFL as a whole. His main beat's the Bengals, though. Woof. Woofta, as Vern would say. Seth Everett, top of the hour. Bud Elliott, a little more than an hour. Chris Perkins, who covers the Dolphins, he will join us to kick off the Diamond District bonus hour at 9 a.m. in the East.
Since you're covering the conference now more than you ever have before, I know you've not seen every team. You've not even seen hardly any of the teams. You've seen a little bit of Iowa, and you've seen a little bit of the Buckeyes.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the second best team in the Big Ten right now?
Okay, based on how they're playing?
Yeah.
Or on the roster? USC.
Based on the roster, who is it?
It's supposed to be Oregon.
Supposed to be.
They're not playing like it.
No, they are not.
But it's early. You know, if you're not going to play like it, September's the month to do so.
I agree. But it's interesting that in the Boise game, they didn't look good at the line of scrimmage. And that's where he's supposed to be terrific. They're supposed to maul teams at the line of scrimmage.
Well, also when Georgia Southern had, gone up and down the field, scored 45 points and 500 yards the week before against Boise, and Oregon had a tougher time against Boise than Georgia Southern did offensively. That's that stops you in your tracks. Yeah, that's 21.5 point favorite, by the way, kicking a last second field goal to win.
That's all.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. What was it?
Penn State struggled with Bowling Green, who I know Bowling Green is predicted by many people to win the MAC. I get it. The MAC's a bad conference. The MAC is the second worst conference in the country from a ranking standpoint. So we're not talking about the MAC from the 90s that produced the Ben Roethlisbergers of the world. That's just not the MAC anymore. Population has shifted. The conference is not nearly as good as it once was.
So I would say USC. And in fact, I would argue, Mark, that USC has looked the best. I mean, if we're doing style points, are we doing style points, Mark?
No, we're doing resumes. They played games. It's not style points. It's actually a resume. You've watched them play. You've seen what they can do. You've watched another team play. You've seen what they have done. That is merely comparing two teams and what has happened thus far.
Yeah, USC's looked good. USC has looked good. I mean, they really have. They've looked good. USC at Michigan in a week and a half, by the way. First Big Ten game for the Trojans. And obviously, Michigan needs to win or else, they ain't playing for much of anything the rest of the year. And USC's got a schedule, by the way. LSU on a neutral field, and we saw what they did there. At Michigan, host Penn State. Oh, yeah, they have this little non-conference game to end the regular season, Notre Dame. Now, USC's got a schedule. It's a challenging schedule, in fact. USC goes 10-2, by the way. They're in.
Oh, yeah.
With that, you take a look at USC's schedule. They go 10-2. They're in the playoff. In fact, if it's the right 10-2, you could even make an argument they should host a game.
I mean, on top of the games you mentioned, they host Wisconsin and they host Nebraska, who are two decent teams. I don't know how good Wisconsin is. Nebraska looks like they've got a little something.
Yeah, this is a big spot, by the way, for Luke and the Badgers Saturday. They don't have to beat Alabama, but they can't get goat rodeoed by Alabama. And they haven't looked real good for his year plus. I mean, what'd they go? 6-6 last year in the regular season, and they haven't looked that great. It's the transition hasn't taken hold yet in Wisconsin.
They're trying to change who they are, and that's difficult when what you were had been really good for every bit of a generation and probably a little bit more than that.
And this will be interesting. Is Luke Fickell going to take Wisconsin to a higher level, which they needed to get to if they were going to make the playoffs in the 2020s and beyond? Or if Luke's only going 6-6, 7-5, is he going to be remembered as Rich Rod at Wisconsin, where we went away from how it is we played football? And what do we do that for?
So I'm with you with the Wisconsin-Alabama game, because Alabama has not, they won by 26, but anybody that watched that game knows it was much closer than that.
Yeah, it was a 1-2 point game in the fourth quarter with South Florida. And
South Florida was getting guys open. QB missed a couple of passes that would have made that game a little more interesting.
So, all right. I like that question. Yeah, I do. It's early. SEC's riding high right now. 6 of the top 7 in the AP, 6 of the top 9 in the coaches poll.
All right. I'll counter that question with another one. Who's the third best team in the SEC right now? Because I think it's safe to say that Georgia and Texas are 1 and 2. Texas with the impressive victory at Michigan. No denying what they did. Georgia manhandled Clemson.
Well, I don't think you can make Ole Miss and Missouri eligible because they haven't played anyone with a pulse.
I agree with that.
So Tennessee?
There you go.
If you're going based on just, how they've played so far this year and against who they've played, Tennessee was very impressive against NC State. And yeah, NC State, not a top 10, not a top 15, not even a top 20 team, but certainly a top 40 team. All right. Most people think a top 30 team. And Vols annihilated them. So, yeah, I'd go that.
So just a couple of big conference questions to see where your head's at right now at this moment in time. Obviously, we've got plenty of games to play to figure all this out, but it is interesting with, Alabama, Ole Miss, and Missouri all ranked ahead of Tennessee. Tennessee, to me, at this point, has done far more, on the field. But this is where preseason rankings drive me absolutely bananas. Because we've put a spot and we've determined where someone is in college football without playing a game, and we have to stick to that because we want to be right.
Now, this is very dangerous because we all know what we did a week ago with Notre Dame. Oh, tell me where their next loss is, okay? And nobody said this coming Saturday.
No, I will say I was trying to warn people that it could have just been Texas A&M again. But I think we put that out there.
But I'm just going to throw this out there. Nebraska, Northern Iowa at home, Illinois at home. By the way,
that'll be the Fighting Bielemas, as we like to call them.
Yep.
Nice win against Kansas.
Yes, at home, absolutely. They're well coached. And he did a very good strategic job in the portal, filling some needs.
And he knows who they are, by the way. They know who they are.
Right. I mean, if Fickle doesn't work out at Wisconsin, they could always go back to Bielema. At Purdue, home for Rutgers.
Rutgers has improved.
They are, but once again, they get both Illinois and Rutgers at home. And then at Indiana, coming off a bye. What do you think? That's 7 games, by the way, Nebraska will have played before they go to Columbus. What do you think their record's going to be when they show up at the shoe?
I think it's going to be 7-0. I really do.
That would be really good for college football, by the way.
Yes, it would. USC being good is really good for college football.
Miami being good is really good for college football.
Yes, it is. It really is.
Our poll question, what should Billy Napier do this week? Start the veteran Mertz, start the kid Lagway against A&M. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote. Dallas Robinson is next. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
Mark
Moulton.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, I'll address your question that you said to me. You can talk about them as much as you want. What I said is, when you don't listen to anything we say, anything the experts say, and you sit there and tell us that the Colorado Buffaloes are going to win 10 games and win the Big 12, and that the Denver Broncos are going to be a playoff team, and we'll tell you they're not, and then you just argue and argue and argue with us for the sake of argument, you get me rooting against your team. That's all. That's all. That's me. That's a personal fault on me. I shouldn't root against anybody's team. I should probably just root for my teams.
Yeah, Michael. And Dave Aranda won with rules players and is not winning with his. And I think if Dave Aranda doesn't turn it around this year, he's not going to see next year. And I like Dave Aranda, but he ain't getting it done.
I wonder if you could clean this studio.
Should we hire a Molly maid?
Well, I wouldn't trust anybody with all the, I wouldn't let anybody in with all the electronics. You'd need, you need like those air things. It's just disgusting. And I bring that up because my wife went to gymnastics the other day and said, do you know when you sit upstairs that you can see a line of dust? And I'm like, yeah, as a matter of fact, you can. That dust has been there for roughly 20 years.
Right.
It's the same dust that was there when Moulton brought his daughter there.
Did you say that?
No, but I thought.
Oh, you should have, because it is. My mother didn't dust very often when I was growing up. And like every 18 months or so, my mother would decide it was time to dust. And I would say, Mom, how's it going? And she would go, well, we got some dust elephants back here. Okay.
Oof.
It's going to take a while.
All right, let's call Dallas.
You just calling the city or? Ha!
He is on.
Great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett at the top of the hour. Bud Elliott 1 hour from now to talk all things college football. Chris Perkins to begin the final hour of the show to talk all things Dolphins as they get ready for the Bills tomorrow night in Miami. Our poll question once again, if you're Billy Napier, who are you starting at quarterback Saturday against A&M? You going back to Mertz? You're going to throw the kid in against some real competition and see what he can do. Mertz or Lagway? Who you starting at quarterback? That's our poll question. Dallas Robinson, kind enough to join us right now. They don't have that type of issues in Cincinnati. He covers the league as a whole with a focus on the Bengals for Pro Football Network, ProFootballNetwork.com. Follow Dallas on X at Dallas, the letter D Robinson, Dallas D Robinson. What in the world happened in Cincinnati on Sunday, Dallas?
It was a debacle, right? It was a disaster, whatever word you want to use. I think Bengals fans are kind of almost getting used to this at this point. This has kind of been the game plan for the Bengals, that early in the season they just don't look ready to go. And it happened again this year, 16-10 loss to the New England Patriots, which no one really saw coming. The Bengals were 8.5-point home favorites, and there were quite a few things going on, really. I mean, there were some self-enforced miscues that happened. Mike Gesicki dropped an easy touchdown pass in the end zone. Fellow tight end Tanner Hudson fumbled at the goal line right after that. Charlie Jones, a punt returner, dropped an easy punt return. But I think the most concerning thing was how Joe Burrow looked. He just kind of looked like he was still injured, right? And there were plenty of clips out there showing Joe Burrow still flexing his wrist. He obviously ended last season on injured reserve after going down with a wrist injury in midseason. We don't know if he's still dealing with some sort of injury like that. He practiced almost every day, I think, except for one day during training camp. So participation was not really a problem. But if you watch the film from Sunday's game, he looked like he was afraid to rip throws. It looked like there were throws down the field at times that he was not taking. He was checking the ball down. He was kind of responding to pressure that really wasn't there. He got pressure at one of the lowest rates in the NFL on Sunday. So I think going into week 2 against the Chiefs, that's what Bengals fans are looking for. Can Joe Burrow get back to the quarterback that he's been in the past when he's been willing to rip those passes, when he's been willing to go deeper, or is he kind of going to be this limited passer who is checking the ball down, who's maybe seeing ghosts a little bit? I think fans have confidence he'll get back to where he's been, but week 1 was undoubtedly concerning.
And obviously the biggest loss or the worst loss of the week. And when you look at Burrow going forward, was it just a matter of no Higgins there and Chase being a little bit banged up? I mean, was that part of the problem? You said receivers were open, that he wasn't hitting. What else is there?
I think it's all part of it. I think that there was a lot going on this weekend, obviously, with the Bengals. Jamar Chase wasn't even clear if he was going to play, right? He's still hoping for that contract extension that did not come. So he was questionable to play. He ended up suiting up, but he only played about 80% of the snaps. T. Higgins was healthy throughout the summer, but then tweaked his hamstring that he's had issues with throughout his career late in the week during practice. So he was a late scratch. So I think that was definitely part of it, not having your wide receiver 2 out there for any snaps and not having your wide receiver 1 for a full complement of snaps. Definitely an issue. I do think Dave, to give some credit to the Patriots defense. You know, the New England did trade Matthew Judon to the Falcons, the pass rusher, before the season. They lost Christian Barmore, who was dealing with blood clots, but they still have a really impressive secondary. Christian Gonzalez, the second-year corner, had a really nice day against Jamar Chase in coverage. Jonathan Jones is a veteran. I was flying around. He made quite a few plays in the backfield and was really good in coverage. Kyle Duggar, who was a safety, punched out that ball on Tanner Hudson and caused the fumble. I think New England's defense is still a really solid unit that the Bengals have to deal with. But I think a lot of it does go back to the Bengals just not being prepared at the beginning of the season. And I think some of that's Burrow, that he's it takes a little bit to get locked in. Even when he's been healthy in the past, he is a pocket passer who needs to get into a rhythm. And sometimes it just feels like he's not there at week 1. Whether that happens in week 2, I think is going to be an open question, because Kansas City is a much different type of opponent, obviously, than New England. But I think there's some hope just based on trends that in past years that Joe Burrow, as we get into week 2, 3, 4, as the Bengals schedule kind of opens up here, I do think there's some hope that he'll get back on track. But man, it is rough to watch Joe Burrow play like that at the beginning of every season and have to hope that he's kind of going to come back as the year progresses.
Yeah, I think Gonzalez is every bit as good as Sauce Gardner. He's just a year less in the league, hasn't gotten the attention yet, but I think he might be a top 5 corner in the league already. He's Dallas Robinson, Pro Football Network, profootballnetwork.com. Follow him on X, Dallas D. Robinson, Dallas D. Robinson. Hey, listen, we all like the head coach. He's obviously done really well there. But what in the world about early in the season? I mean, they're awful. Awful. What are they, 1-8 now in the last 4.5 years, week 1, week 2? I mean, how can he explain that?
It's really tough. And I think you keep seeing the questions about what does training camp look like, right? What do the Bengals need to go a little bit harder during training camp? And maybe go with pads on earlier and go with full contact earlier. Do the Bengals need to play their players, their starters in the preseason, right? That was something that Zach Taylor did this offseason for the first time. Joe Burrow, I think before this year, had played like 1 snap in the preseason. He got a drive or 2 this offseason along with the other starters. That is a change that Zach Taylor implemented, I think, in response to the Bengals starting off so poorly in previous seasons. And I don't really think that's going to change moving forward. I don't imagine Zach Taylor is going to put Joe Burrow out there for 2 preseason games just hoping that it's going to help the Bengals get better in the season. I don't really know what the answer is. It's hard to say. Like, is it just fluky? Is it a matter of the schedule and opponents? I think one explanation was that Joe Burrow, until this year, had never really had a fully healthy offseason, right? He entered the league in the COVID year. He tore his ACL during his rookie year and was recovering from that going into year 2. He had an appendectomy 1 year. He had the calf strain last summer. So I think in the past you could say, okay, Joe Burrow has never really had a normal offseason where he could enter the season fully healthy, ready to go. Didn't really have that excuse this year, unless you're counting the recovery from the wrist injury last season. But the Bengals have mostly said that he's doing fine and that he was not limited, and they backed off a few deep throws during the summer. But for the most part, it was a normal training camp. So I don't think you can really use that excuse this year. So it's hard to say. I think there are a lot of factors you can kind of point to, but overall, I think it's just disappointing for Bengals fans, for the Bengals themselves, and we'll see if they can rectify things next week in week 2.
And if they do, everything's, that's the other side of this. As bad as the loss was, you go win in week 2 against Kansas City, no one's going to worry so much about the New England game, are they?
No, they're not. And I mean, it's an open question whether they can actually win in week 2, right? I mean, the Patriots are one thing. I think Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are another. It's not just Patrick Mahomes that is creating explosive plays with Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice. It's the Kansas City has a top 5, maybe top 3 defense, right? I mean, Chris Jones against the Ravens last week had 6 pressures. George Karlaftis had 6 pressures. This is an incredible defensive line. I think the Bengals are going to have to worry about, not even getting into the secondary and all the other amazing players the Chiefs have on defense. And I do think the narrative will definitely change, obviously, if Burrow and the Bengals can go into Kansas City and beat Patrick Mahomes and emerge 1-1. If they emerge 0-2, I don't think it's an absolute disaster for a couple of reasons. One, the Bengals have been here before. They were 0-2 last season. They were 0-2 the year before. They've been able to come back and get the playoffs in the past, even with bad starts. I do think that even if they lose to the Chiefs and go 0-2, if Joe Burrow looks a little closer to the quarterback we've seen in the past, if the Bengals defense is able to do a better job tackling, which was probably their main issue in week 1 against the Patriots, I think the Bengals fans will be okay, even if the Bengals are 0-2 after week 2, as long as they show a little bit of improvement in those couple areas. Now, going 0-2 and losing to the Chiefs, that's probably going to put any hopes of getting number 1 seed or getting a first-round bye or anything like that for the Bengals. It's probably not going to happen. And after week 2, to have that possibility eliminated is probably a little bit disappointing. But I don't necessarily think the Bengals will be totally out of the race, even at 0-2, as long as they show a little growth against the Chiefs this week.
Sorry about that. Okay, I apologize. I had my mic on mute there for a second. My apologies. Something to keep in mind for the Chiefs, or the Bengals, excuse me, after the Chiefs. 3 of their next 4 are against the Commanders, the Giants, and the Panthers. So you could see where the Bengals can rattle off, 4 in a row, 3 out of 4, and have a decent record. I do think, though, Dallas, it's going to put pressure on them. They're going to have to beat the Browns this year because not only is the division brutal, but they've got games against the Cowboys, against the Eagles. All right. They're going to have to do better in the division if because, I mean, Dallas, we've talked about it. When you get a win on the schedule, particularly in the AFC, you got to get it, man. Those 10, 11 wins are hard to get in the AFC.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the Bengals got lucky in week one that, not only did the Browns lose, but the Ravens lost to the Chiefs in week one. The Steelers won, but it didn't necessarily look that great. So I think within the division, the Bengals got a little lucky. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the Bengals went 1-5 against the division last year. And the win against the Browns they got late in the season wasn't a real win. The Browns didn't even have their starters in. So I think that the AFC North is still probably the best division in the NFL. Cleveland, they got destroyed yesterday, or on Sunday against Dallas. So I'm not even sure how much of a threat they are, but that defense is always going to be a problem. You're right that the Bengals' schedule does open up after Kansas City. So they've got Washington week 3, Carolina in week 4. Even if you lose to the Chiefs, you have to win those two games to keep in contention at all. And I think they will. I think the Bengals will be easy favorites against Washington and Carolina. But there are stretches of this Bengals schedule where it gets a little difficult, and that's despite the fact that overall PFN, I think in our strength of schedule metrics, has the Bengals schedule as the 4th easiest in the NFL, which is a pretty good reprieve after last season when the Bengals played literally one of the hardest schedules in the past 45 years of NFL history. So it's a little bit of an easier slate for the Bengals this season, but there are stretches where it gets tough. You're right, especially late in the year where there's an 11-day stretch where the Bengals are going to have to play 3 games. So there are plenty of areas on this schedule where the Bengals could slip up, and they obviously did so in week 1. So I think that there are areas they'll have to take advantage of on this schedule, whether that's against Cleveland in week 7, Las Vegas in week 9, Los Angeles Chargers in week 11. There are areas on the schedule where there should be clear wins, but you're right. Cowboys in week 14, right? Cleveland in week 16. There are going to be games that could decide whether the Bengals are going into the playoffs, whether they're still in division contention, or whether they stay at home again until playoffs come around.
Dallas Robinson, Pro Football Network, ProFootballNetwork.com. You can follow him on X at Dallas B. Robinson. Dallas, thanks so much. We appreciate your time and your insight. Hopefully we can talk again.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Dallas Robinson. Joining us here on Miller and Moulton, Dallas D. Robinson is where you follow him on X. I want to make sure everybody got that right. Worst loss of the week. I mean, they had the win on the schedule and let it get away, and they could be staring at 0-2. They're a 6-point dog in Kansas City, and even if they win the 3 winnable games in their next 4, they're only 3-3, 6 games in instead of 4-2. Big difference.
Especially when you're playing around with Baltimore, who's not going to go away. And obviously Pittsburgh's going to be – I don't see them as a team that can win the division, but they're not going to go away either. Cleveland remains to be seen, but Cleveland's had Cincinnati's number.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
I mean, so it doesn't matter where the Browns are. If you're the Bengals, you've not been able to beat them. That's been a bugaboo for Joe Burrow.
It is a little disconcerting because none of us, whether you're a Joe Burrow fan or not, I mean, you don't want to see a team have a franchise quarterback and have that quarterback's career altered by injury. But, here he is. How many months removed? 10? Darn near. 9.5, 10 from the wrist injury. And he's on the sidelines in week 1, and he's clearly favoring the wrist. I mean, they went to grab him a drink. He wouldn't grab the drink with his throwing hand. Okay, and he's rotating his wrist, and he's flexing his hand. All right. I mean, he ain't 100%. And I don't know, 9-10 months post an injury, if you ain't 100%, when are you going to get 100%?
Well, and how can you get 100% going through practices and games and continuing to throw? I don't know how that strengthens your wrist. It seems like it would hurt it.
So let's hope he gets as close to 100% as possible, because he was obviously one of the young stars in the league. Miller and Moulton.
Tough one for the Bengals this week, as you mentioned, Kansas City. That is no easy task, but they've done well against the Chiefs.
They have. They play them tough. They know how to defend Mahomes and company. There's no question. Also, Chiefs with 3 extra days of rest for this game because the Chiefs played on Thursday, where the Bengals played 3 days later. So will that make a difference this early in the season? Maybe not. I mean, Kelsey's in New York with his girlfriend. They're flying high, hobnobbing. Okay. Did you see that hat he wore to the U.S. Open? Let me tell you something. How confident do you have to be in yourself to wear that hat out in public?
David, the only person that has more confidence than Travis Kelce is Jason Kelce, who wears the, wrestling masks out in public. He doesn't seem to care. But let's see, you're back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
Hall of Fame tight end.
You're dating Taylor Swift. Confidence level, I think, is at maximum.
What is it you like to say on a scale of 1 to 10? It's a what?
It's an 11, David.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I wondered. I figured you were in your car when because usually you're ready to go as soon as we hit the break. Boom, you're up.
Yep.
Okay, in your studio. So when you weren't up and ready to go at 7:54, I went, he's in his car this
Yep.
week.
Pull off. I have to find some place to go. I'm in a Cadillac dealership because this is not my normal route, and I didn't know where to go, and I just needed to pull off the road so I could talk to you guys. And it reminded me of the great Seinfeld line when Jerry buys his father a Cadillac, and Jack Klompus goes, "You think I haven't driven a Cadillac before? I've driven a Cadillac hundreds of times."
And also, since you're in Jersey and they're tyrannical about the whole driving, you can't use your phone. Can't
touch it. Yeah.
So, and
But you can use hands-free, right?
Yeah. But I look, I could, if we didn't want to use the video part of it, I could have just kept my phone plugged into my car and kept driving.
Well, you could do that. I mean, if this detours you for 15, 20 minutes, you got to get to Syracuse.
But I like, I want to concentrate. Like, I don't want to be thinking about, what do I make this left? Where do I go?
Okay.
No, but my kids asked me to take them to school today because my 16-year-old daughter, needed to get Starbucks for her jolt in the morning.
What's the order? What'd she go with?
She orders it on her phone. She runs and gets it on.
Okay, you don't ever get sent to the drive-thru to pick up your daughter's Starbucks.
No, it's not a drive-thru where this is. So she runs in and gets it. So I said yes, but it's south to go north and west. And so now I'm on some cockamamie road to get to the road that I take to go to Syracuse. And last time I went, we had the big electric vehicle drama. This has been my new obsession, because when my car is charged to 100%, it can get 330 miles. It is 260. And for some reason, because the numbers aren't right, last time I got to Syracuse, it was 8%.
Okay.
Here we go.
So now I have a plan.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home, not only of the show, but of the week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bud Elliott in 35 minutes to talk all kinds of college football. Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins 1 hour from now. Pulling over on the side of the road somewhere in North Jersey. Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, the two terrific podcasts. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Safe driving today. Thanks for doing this. Thought of you. We thought of David Sampson and you, okay, when we heard of the passing of James Earl Jones. In your world, with what it is you deal with, sports and, sci-fi, if you will, that genre, the movies and entertainment. He's a big guy.
Icon. He's an icon. What I hope happens, and this is just the idealistic side of me, is that the younger generation starts to explore the great body of work from James Earl Jones. I mean, talk about Field of Dreams. To me, Coming to America, that's the movie that makes me think of James Earl Jones. And then
you and I both, Seth.
Yeah, and then as far as Darth Vader is concerned, there has been a conversation because James Earl Jones has been at the forefront of the AI discussion. In 2016, he voiced Darth Vader in a movie called Rogue One, and he sounded like a 90-year-old man. And there was nothing you could do. It sounded bad. And then in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show that came out last year, Darth Vader sounded like Darth Vader. And it turns out they paid James Earl Jones and they used AI to enhance his voice. Now the question is, what happens next? Darth Vader's not going away. And will they properly pay James Earl Jones's estate to continue to use his voice? Has there been some kind of a deal worked out so that he continues to voice Darth Vader from beyond the grave? And is that, creepy? Is that weird to have Darth Vader be the original voice? And could you imagine Darth Vader being voiced by someone else? There's a lot of questions, at least in the world, that I think are fair to ask because we were asking them when he was still alive.
Darth Vader's not dead yet?
How
many of these movies have we had? I mean, how many times can we bring him back?
He died in Return of the Jedi, but Star Wars is a timeline, so they can go before Return of the Jedi, and he's still in it.
By the way, how do you feel just as a fan, if you will, as a consumer, about them using someone's voice when you're like, wait a minute, didn't that person die?
Well, to me, this has to do with what the union was on strike for, which is making sure that the artists are properly compensated. When NBC used Al Michaels to bring this back to sports during the Olympics, that wasn't Al Michaels. And was Al Michaels properly paid? The conversation is not just about James Earl Jones. The other one is Anthony Daniels, the British actor who voiced C-3PO. He's got to be in his 80s or 90s by now. And should they make the same deal? I will say that Anthony Daniels had a cameo in a recent show, and to be perfectly honest, he sounded normal. He sounded like C-3PO. I don't know if AI enhanced. The problem I think with AI is the lack of disclosure. I used AI in my podcast. I used the voice of Christopher Reeve, and we enhanced the voice to sound like Christopher Reeve, with his blessing, with his family's blessing, or the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation's blessing. And it's remarkable technology, but there needs to be full disclosure on how it's being used.
All right. I don't know where I can go with AI. You're on your way to Syracuse. I'm more interested right now in what the vibe you think will be on campus. They're 2-0, big win over Georgia Tech. I don't see them losing in their next three. I mean, you could have a hell of an October right here, Seth.
I'm just going to say this. I still think the transfer portal sucks. I hate it. As a fan, I think it's weird that every college athlete is a free agent at the end of the season. We've had discussion.
Wait for the butt. Wait for the butt, everybody. Wait for the butt.
If Ohio State is really going to make Kyle McCord unhappy and he wants to come here, then okay, let's use the bad system and get the good quarterback. That kid is fantastic.
I was going to say, hey, what's it like being a football school all of a sudden?
Ohio State didn't want him?
Oh, no.
Couldn't wait to get rid of him.
No, Seth, he's the reason in their mind. He's the reason that they lost to Michigan, that they had a better team than Michigan. They lost to Michigan because of him. He's the reason they didn't make the playoff, the whole deal. Couldn't get rid of him fast enough.
Take it out on every defense that you face in this minor league ACC and go, be comeback player of the year.
Minor league ACC.
Well, I'm disenchanted with the whole, the Big Ten and the SEC are the big leagues, and the ACC, the Big 12, and everything else is the minors. That's kind of been well documented.
Are you bitter? Are you sarcastic? Okay, we're just trying to sense where you are.
I don't like the idea that because these conferences morphed into what they are. I find it obnoxious that Rutgers gets Big Ten money, Syracuse gets ACC.
That's fair enough.
That
That
is
right there,
very
I mean,
fair.
that's a very valid argument, Seth, and there's not much we can say to rebut that. Although, I mean, wasn't there a time that, every time the Big Ten was going to expand, Syracuse was always a team before Rutgers that they were talking about, and that never, ever happened.
Yeah, because no one saw this all coming. I mean, I didn't see. I always thought the Power Five would be Power Five, and that every conference, and that there'd be ebbs and flows where some conferences are up, some conferences are down. This situation is such that when, and I've said this on your show many times, when Clemson and Florida State leave, the ACC will become a AAA conference. It'll just be the minors. And it's a shame. And they're going to rework that playoff because all the at-large bids are coming from the Big Ten and the SEC. So the only way to get into any kind of college football relevance is you have to win your conference. And it feels very small.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel, since your proud alma mater is in the ACC, do you feel that they will be on the same footing going forward as the Big 12? Or do you think that that the Big 12 will be in the majors? They'll be a bad major league franchise, but they'll be in the majors, will be in Louisville, which, by the way, is not to denigrate Louisville, but it's a AAA baseball city. That's why I used it.
My old pal, Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, is trying to be a player. But I think when the television rights deals get added up, the differences between what the SEC will send every school and the Big Ten will send every school from a television revenue standpoint, that's what defines the major and the minor league. It's not my opinion. It's not your guys' opinion. We're not declaring that. A question will be is how much of the revenue will the Big 12 schools? I remember when I was in Boulder, people were trying to put a spin on it, and they were like, and we're so excited to be back in the Big 12. We went to the Pac-12, but now we're back to the Big 12. And I went, you're dreaming, right? Like, you've been demoted.
Did you buy into that Prime merchandise? Because I think you might want to be looking to get rid of it pretty soon.
I texted it to you guys, right? I said, I that half that store has his name on it. And I just want to know what they do with all of that. Do they go to bargain situations, or is that going to be like, what we wanted to do with our Daryl Hamilton and I wanted to do? We wanted to send it to like an African nation to have.
Right. I mean, isn't that what's going to happen? That like the team that loses the Super Bowl and they've made all the shirts of them winning the Super Bowl and they send them to, somewhere where the people could use the clothing.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, 2 terrific podcasts. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. All right. What do you got this week?
This week on Sports with Friends, Michael Ozanian. He and I did a podcast this week. He has recently left Forbes. He was the Forbes Sports Money host. He was the guy on the Yes Network that hosted Forbes Sports Money. I had him on 8 years ago in episode 64. This is episode 470. So clearly he made some impression that I waited 407 episodes. But he's great, and it was great to reconnect with him. He has a new piece on the NFL franchise valuations, and we talk about it. And the interesting part about it, and I know we're up against the clock, there are scenarios where teams that are ranked in the top 5 in the NFL valuations have owners that own teams in other sports, and they want those owners to spend more money. So the fact that this is a global brand, CNBC is coming out with this article, and it's this list of NFL valuations. How do the fans of the teams that these owners own, like a John Henry, like a Stan Kroenke, how do they react to that list? It's a really interesting discussion.
Okay.
Hall of Justice?
Justice is a young lady named Tiffany Smith. She's an actress, and she's been in a bunch of stuff. She played Meghan Markle in a Lifetime movie. She has also been in a bunch of superhero things like Guardians of the Galaxy. She's part of this new Kickstarter plan. The writer and director were on my podcast last week. This is this week Tiffany Smith. She's also was the host for DC Comics. She hosted a Wonder Woman show. She used to host a show for The Flash. She's a perfect genre-centric All of Justice guest.
Seth Everett. All right, get back out on the road. Safe driving. Good luck in Syracuse.
You think I haven't driven a Cadillac before? I've driven a Cadillac hundreds of times.
Would not be a segment with Seth Everett if he doesn't have a Seinfeld reference of some sort. Seth_Everett is how you follow him on X. All right, take your electric car, your rental, or whatever you're in and get to Syracuse. Have a good class. Seth Everett joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton, but Elliott in 25 minutes. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I will say a different offensive system, though. This is Chip Kelly's offensive system. Wants the quarterback to be able to run a little bit more. So also they chose Howard specifically, not over McCord, because they had let McCord go. He left in December, but the Will Howard choice is tailored specifically to the offense that they're going to run this year. But yeah, it is interesting that his and he did not play well against Michigan. I mean, you know, if he had played well, Ohio State would have won that game. But it is ironic that he's out slinging it all over the lot when Ohio State fans are like, yeah, we needed you to sling it all over the lot. Coaching and confidence goes a long way. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, Ohio State has Georgia's non-conference schedule from last year, this year. I think it's because, much like Georgia had to drop a game with Oklahoma last year because they couldn't return it and have it be a non-conference. I think the same thing happened with Ohio State. I think they were supposed to have Washington as a non-conference game, but with them joining the Big Ten. Although, wasn't there a game played last week between two Big 12 teams, but it was a non-conference game?
Yeah, it was.
Was it Baylor?
Yes, Baylor and like Arizona State or something like that. Hang on.
That's happened in the ACC too, didn't it?
Baylor and Utah.
Didn't a couple teams on Tobacco Row play?
Well, that was by design because they weren't playing each other. I think it was Wake and North Carolina.
North Carolina, right. So they scheduled each other non-conference, which I think is great. Play the games people want to see played, for goodness sakes. Mark, after all, what is this again?
It's a radio program.
But NFL, college football, Major League Baseball, it's a TV show.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bud Elliott will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Dallas Robinson and Seth Everett have just joined us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Your one-stop shop for all your coatings needs. That's American Paint Supplies, proud sponsor of the Miller and Moulton hotline. And we thank them for jumping on board. We need them.
We do. We could use a couple more of you.
But we appreciate the support. All right. And we'll just keep on chugging. By the way, our poll question, we're going to ask it of Bud Elliott when he joins us in 15 minutes. So if you're Billy Napier, who's starting a quarterback this week at home against A&M? You're going to go back to Mertz? After all, he's the veteran. He's the starter. 73% last year. Come on now. Don't overreact. Don't panic. Okay? They got whooped.
Panic.
Don't panic.
Don't panic. You just said they got whooped.
They did. They got whooped. Okay? They got whooped, but don't panic. Okay? He's your starter. He missed a game because of a concussion. Now he's healthy. Therefore, he plays. I mean, that's what you told me with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Okay, if Russell Wilson's healthy, he's your starter. He needs to play. Mike Tomlin is saying he's not healthy. Therefore, Fields is going to play. That's not what Billy Napier said, Mark. He said Mertz is back this week. Okay, then I say he's your starter. He plays. You say, no, got to go with the kid.
And the Saturday-Sunday argument here is not fair because starters in the NFL are different than starters on college teams because you don't typically have a 5-star waiting in the wings.
That's true.
I mean,
I'll grant you that.
You may have had it this year in Minnesota. If McCarthy wouldn't have been injured, you'd have had Sam Darnold with the quarterback in waiting.
Right. You got Drake May in New England. Right. You got right. In a couple situations you have it. Correct.
But for the most part, it's a different animal on Saturday than it is on Sunday. And the point that we've been talking about earlier is that has Lagway won the room over? Do they think he's the guy? Because if that's the case, then you got to go with the kid. Right now, 74% of you, 75% of you saying play DJ Lagway, 25% saying Mertz. David on the Mertz side, I am not. I would be playing DJ Lagway. It's time.
That's our poll question at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at Miller_Moulton on X. Bud Elliott in about a dozen minutes. If you weren't with us early in the show, I'm just cautioning everyone that if you hear a phone ringing at any point in time, it's me. I found a phone in the Dallas-Fort Worth airport late yesterday afternoon, and I wanted to return it. And long story short is the person behind the counter at the gate there, and I was at it was like C1, C2, something like that. There was nothing else to my right. I was alone also. Everybody had left the plane and what have you. I sat down, took a break, tied my shoes, looked over. There was the phone. No one around me. One gate person left. I went up to her and I said, hey, what do I do? And she said, well, we make an announcement to come to the gate and what have you. But she said, to be honest with you, a couple of minutes, I'm leaving. There's not another flight here for 5 hours. And I'm like, okay. And I said, make the announcement. I got time. I'll sit around for a half hour. I'll wait. And so I did. I sat alone.
That right there was very nice of you, by the way, to sacrifice your time to not go get a snack, to just sit there and wait for someone because you've lost your phone before.
Yep. And that's all I could think of. All I could think of was when I lost my phone and how and I'm like, listen, say this person just ran off to catch a connection and now they realized, oh my goodness. And so I want to be here. But also because I asked the person, I said, listen, if by chance this person is already boarded, what I thought happened was they left it there, boarded the flight that left right before we pulled into that gate. Is what I figured happened, but whatever. If they've already left and they're not going to come back, I go, where do I go? And she said, well, to be honest with you, the phone's lost at that point. I go, so you mean to tell? She's like, 7 years. I've never known anybody. If they don't come running back to the gate and we hand it to them, it's gone. And so I have the phone. Now, I got 37 people following me on X. I, sent out a post saying, listen, if it's you or if you know someone who lost a phone at DFW, call the phone. I may have it. And as someone pointed out, if you could get Aikman to retweet that might actually,
yeah, that would help
people. Right. So, anyway, but so I've got, obviously during the radio show, you don't have your phones on. Okay, the mics are on, the phones are off. Okay, well, earlier in the show, I muted myself because I took a drink and didn't turn the mic back on. Okay, so I'm doing things a little differently today. The mic can occasionally be off, but I have a phone here that's on. And if it starts ringing, Mark has to finish the interview with whoever we're talking. Because I have to get this phone back to this person. And I have no idea who the person is. Because unlike most people who have a shot, what's it called on the
screenshot?
The screenshot. This is a screenshot of a young, voluptuous model, okay, who looks as if she's been waiting 3 hours for you to get home from work. And boy, is she happy to see you. So that was the other thing that was going on the plane yesterday. I've got this phone, right in front of me, and I'm waiting for it to ring, and all the people around me are women, and they're like, oh, you're that guy. Okay, really? What is that, your mistress? What is that, your daughter? Well, you perv. Okay, that's your screenshot on your phone?
Here's the thing that I find fascinating is that you receive You were talking to your wife on a call. You couldn't get off the phone with your wife. Your wife does not know you have this phone.
She still does not know I have this phone.
Will
right?
you tell your wife that you have this phone?
Absolutely not. She will go nuts. She will think somehow our identity is going to be stolen
Right.
and our bank account's going to be emptied. And I'm like, I'm not giving them any information. I'm trying to return their phone.
When the feds come to your house to track that phone down.
Exactly. Right. No, there's no doubt. Right. The ping. Where's the ping coming from? Oh, it's coming from, the San Jose section of Jacksonville. Right. Listen, I've already had that happen before. We've had the police at our house because somebody called in a terrorist threat to a high school, and apparently it was like the kid across the street. But the cell tower was in our backyard. And so, I've already had that once in my life, Mark. I can't go through it again. But I'm just letting everyone, it's a disclaimer, okay? We got Bud Elliott coming up here in less than 10 minutes. If the phone rings during Bud Elliott, okay, Mark and Bud will talk college football. I got to get this phone back to whoever the rightful owner is and wherever they live. Okay, I'm heading on the road today. I'm heading to Southwest Florida. I can hit a post office anywhere. At any point in time, if that phone rings, I can pull over, okay, in Sanford, okay, in Thono Tosasa, okay, you name it.
I already see where this is going. You're going to get here tomorrow. The phone's going to ring during the show. You have a whole day of important things you have to do health-wise tomorrow.
Right.
I'm going to be the one taking the damn phone to the post office.
No.
Mailing this phone to whomever.
No. Going to call up Florida Cancer Specialist. Listen, you got to push it back 30 minutes. Why? Okay. We got to test you for cancer. Yeah, I got to return this phone. Okay. The cancer thing, I either have it or I don't. Okay. I'll be there at 1. I don't know what to tell you.
But this is important. This is someone's telephone.
This is a person's phone. Do you know what's in your phone? Everything. That's the other thing. I flew, flying from Dallas to Jacksonville last night, and I am literally looking at my phone going, do you know, I just felt worse and worse. I've got everything on my phone, all the contacts. I'm sick over this. Honestly.
I can see that it really bothers you. I would have left the phone right in the...
Everybody would have. Everybody would have. That's the other thing that I'm getting. People are like, well, you were stupid to pick up the phone. Well, yeah, I'm trying to be a nice guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have picked up the phone. I'd have left it right there. I really would have. I know that makes me a bad person. I would not have gone through any of the effort that you've gone through to return this phone to the drug dealer who owns it.
That's the other thing. I'm sitting there with 2 phones. People don't know, am I peddling drugs? Am I a bookie? Am I Adam Schefter? What is going on?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, bud. Uh-oh. I don't have, you're muted.
Did the phone ring?
Not yet. Not that I'm aware of. Only David would do that. I don't know anybody else that would take that phone with them and go to that great length to try to return someone's phone.
I kind of came in on it late. So how did it happen exactly?
He gets off the plane and, basically everything's to the right where you got to go. He goes to the left because he's got to tie his shoe. That's basically the long and short of it. He sits down, ties his shoe. On the chair next to him is a phone. He goes to the gate agent and says, hey, I've got this phone. The gate agent basically says, yeah, we'll make an announcement, but if they don't get it, Dave's like, what's the percentage that they'll get the phone? He's like, 0.
Yeah.
So David waited and then has kept the phone.
That's a nice thing of him,
It is.
Well, so the problem is I know people who have lost it's an iPhone, I assume, right? Like people who have
an Android. It's the Android just because of chargers.
I mean, Delta, they had a lost and found thing in Atlanta, but it's impossible once it gets in there.
Yeah, that's what she said to me. She said, just so you know, being brutally honest, once we throw it to that thing, it's over. It's done.
Yeah.
By the way, she is very happy to see you when you got home. Look at that.
So we have not told the wife about the phone. Okay.
No.
Oh my gosh.
First thing she'd be like, so who's that? Oh, that's Dakota. I mean, what?
At what point do you throw this phone away? What are you doing?
Well, I'm going to give it 2 days. I'm going to hope that Bud, did he tell you Mama called while I was on the phone with my wife yesterday from the airport?
Oh,
and we were discussing very important things, but one person has called the phone since I have it, and it came up Mama, and I really wanted to answer it, but I figured, well, Mama will call back.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you can't call Mama because you don't have the passcode.
It's totally locked, right? I can't do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a man or a woman who owns this phone. I'm assuming it's a guy because of the sultry picture. But, I mean, now I have to assume it's a mama's boy since he's got mom in his mama.
Yeah.
By the way, not mom.
Mama.
M-A-M-A. It's what it came up as.
By the way, took in a little cover 3 yesterday while on the treadmill.
Appreciate it.
I've switched off of all music I've been trying to work out again, and I've switched off of all music and gone to all podcast, and it is a much, much better thing to do for me when trying to do cardio, just because you can lock into it as opposed to a song that you only lasts 3.5 minutes.
It's also like a defined length, right? Like if I'm like, all right, I need to go for a run for 20 minutes, I can take like a 30-minute pod, put it on 1.5x speed, and just like, all right, when I'm done, I'm done.
Ooh, never done the 1 point. Now you're talking, because I didn't get to finish all years yesterday. I did 35 minutes and was getting a little annoyed with Canal's buy or sell. It was a little long for me. I'm like,
yeah. Monday was an interesting show. Our main producer was out, so like I had most of the graphic memorized. I didn't even see on screen that we had botched the graphics. So I'm just talking and like I'm speaking like the correct facts, and the graphics like totally jacked up. And and then I looked like, oh, okay. Well, if you're watching on YouTube, we appreciate you watching on YouTube, but listen to my words, not like, do as I say, not what I show. Right
there, you go. But yeah, I've locked into yours. I listened to Phil Steele's a couple of times. I like his, he's got great information too.
He does a great job. There's a lot of good shows out there that do pretty good stuff, and it's just not all like hot takery all the time.
Right. I want information. I don't need hot takes. I want give me
Hickory.
I think there's more of that in the NFL space. I don't know why, but
yeah, really, because college is the one based on opinion. You would think
Right.
it'd be all over college.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not that there's no hot take shows, but
How about Lane Kiffin's little post yesterday? Because I guess Feinbaum, what was the thing he said?
Well, he's been killing Feinbaum for a year.
I know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour, and at this day and time, that means Bud Elliott. CBS 24/7, Nolecast, Cover 3 podcast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott 3, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3. He's joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. All right, Bud, we're going to start by asking you our poll question. You're Billy Napier. All right. A&M at home this week. Mertz or Lagway? What are you doing?
I am going Mertz.
Why?
I just think he knows how to operate the offense a little bit better. And to me, A&M's a team that may have trouble just outright beating you if you don't give it to them. They didn't look all that explosive against Notre Dame. I don't think that team is ready to go win a road game. So if Mertz is ready to go, if the concussion stuff's all good, then I think you start Mertz. I think packages for Lagway, but I would go Mertz. I watched that Lagway game. Very impressed. I think as a network, we put him as the number 1 quarterback, and I'm extremely happy that we did. He also had a bunch of yards on screens, which I think A&M probably plays a little better than Samford. And the ball was put in jeopardy a couple times and got away with it. I don't know. I don't know that he's ready to win a big-time SEC game, but he could be. We'll see.
All right, that begs the question: is A&M a big-time SEC game?
For Florida, it is.
Fair enough.
If you're Florida, you look at the schedule, you need to get some wins now. Mississippi State is going to come at the right time next weekend because Mississippi State, they don't have an SEC-level defensive line at all. Arizona State bullied them. So that's going to be a long-term rebuild for Jeff Lebby, it looks like, in Starkville. So if you can get this one and you can get that one, then you start 2-0 in SEC play. That's kind of the recipe to keep your job, right? Is get that one, and then maybe steal one more down the stretch. Don't lose to UCF. Maybe beat FSU.
But I mean, in theory, if they win this week, they're 5 and they'll be in the exact same point in theory this year as they were last year. Because you got to figure they'll win in Starkville, they'll lose in Knoxville. They can beat Kentucky. Goodness, South Carolina just beat Kentucky, and they'll be what? If they beat UCF, they'll be 5-2 heading into the bye, the vaunted 5-game stretch at the end of the year. I mean, is his job essentially? I mean, if he's 5-2 heading into the bye week, is he going to get fired? I mean, we've all spent 4 months talking about how this could be the most difficult 5-game stretch in the history of the sport. Are we going to hold it against him?
I don't think so with an interim AD. I don't think Florida really wants to fire Billy Napier. Now, if they come out and look like a disaster again, like they did against Miami, Miami played well. Miami didn't play 5-touchdown win well, right? Florida also played like idiots. Let's be honest about it. I mean, they're wildly out of position. They're undisciplined. They're just poor fundamentals. All the things that Napier preaches, they were not. So we'll have to see. But I mean, do you really think an interim president is going to make a firing, and then who makes the hire?
Bud, do we think the interim president's running the school, or do we think the money people in the athletic department are running the school? I mean, come on now, Bud. What's more important, right? The interim president or the well-being of the football program?
Is there a guy out there that you can't go get it after 25 that you'd have to get now? Would be my question.
Well, Lane. I mean, come on.
Where's Lane go? Where's Lane going that he wouldn't be available for you after next year?
Okay, so that's your reason then for not pulling the plug now.
If they're actually 5-2 and there's a reasonable chance they make a bowl, then that's what a win over expectation this year. given the perceived strength of the schedule to start the year. Now, the schedule is easier, like obviously, than we thought it was because A&M offensively has more issues, and Kentucky looks really bad, and Mississippi State looks really bad, and Florida State looks really bad. But still, if you beat your season win total, you probably shouldn't get fired. I would think.
Is there an SEC team, Bud, that you'd put on upset alert this week? Most of the teams have big numbers. Take the Florida game out of it. That's pretty close. Most of the teams have pretty big favorites. I think LSU is the only one that's a touchdown. But Alabama, Wisconsin, Boston College, Missouri, Tulane, and Oklahoma. Is there a team that you'd put on upset alert?
I have not liked what I've seen from Alabama, but I also have not liked what I've seen from Wisconsin. So it's hard for me to use that one. Oklahoma looks straight up bad against Houston. And I think that's a personnel issue because they have a lot of offensive linemen and receivers out. I mean, Anderson's out, Farouk's out, Gibson's out. I think 4 of their top 5 receivers are out for OU. And then Burks got dinged up in that game too. At some point, you're pulling the trigger and you're just out of bullets. So that may be where Oklahoma's at, which is not great but where they haven't even played an SEC game. And I'll tell you, John Summerall at Tulane, they hit on this quarterback they took, Darian Mensah from California. He can play a little bit. And Tulane's got some athletes who are decent level players. Like they wouldn't be out of place in some schools in the ACC. So we'll have to see if they could pull that one. I don't think Boston College is going to beat Missouri, but I'm also not crazy high on Missouri. Like I'm not laying any of these numbers to the SEC teams. I have a decent bit of action on Alabama -8, -8.5, -9 from the preseason game of the year lines. And so I'm not looking to add to my position now at 16 or 16.5 or whatever it is. If it gets to 17, I'm probably just going to play Wisconsin.
All right. A couple of teams who most people don't have any expectations for in the Big Ten had wins of quality last week. Nebraska thumping Colorado, much bigger than the final score. Illinois beating Kansas. Curious, have you seen anything from Nebraska, Illinois? Is there a team that maybe from the middle of the road in the Big Ten, everybody was saying it was going to be Rutgers, but is it Nebraska or Illinois? Have they shown you enough in which you're like,
Illinois is a team that I bet against Kansas, both on the money line and also with the points. Illinois did a really nice job in the transfer portal, getting some competent offensive linemen, and they can mash people now. And the defense just made Kansas earn it. They just stopped giving them all these wide open freebies like Kansas got last year when that game was played in Lawrence. So I think if you're an Illinois fan in Southwest Florida, you got to be like, yeah, you know what? We got a nice shot at making a bowl now. Are they actually going to make a run to the Big Ten title game? I don't see that, but I think they're on much more stable footing this year than they were last year. With Nebraska, I still need to see more out of this offense, right? They scored 21 points offensively on Colorado. Tommy Hill had a pick 6 for the Huskers. The defense, I think, is legitimately very good, but they will play defenses who will challenge them in a way that Colorado just cannot, right? So I don't think either of those are seriously going to threaten the Big Ten title game, but I guess Nebraska, I mean, in theory, they could, right? Like it's not insane to think that they could go on a run. I just need to see more out of the offense first.
But have we already figured out that the ACC and Big 12 are one bid leagues? I mean, we're 2 games into the season for the most part. And because of Clemson getting destroyed, Florida State, the start they've had, the Big 12 nearly had a tremendously awful weekend last week, and they got away with it. Oklahoma State coming back and Kansas State coming back. But despite that, I mean, do we have 2 one-bid leagues out there?
No, it's too early to say that. Now, in projections, you would project it as such because you would project the league favorite to win the league. But there will be bid thieves, much like we have in conference basketball season. For instance, let's say Miami runs the table and goes 12-0, and they are in the ACC championship game, and they get a rematch, or they maybe have to play Clemson or a rematch with Louisville. Both of those teams, if they play well, could beat Miami, right? So then you would have an ACC champion, Louisville or Clemson. They are the automatic bid. Miami at 12-1 is certainly in. Miami at 11-2, I think, is also most likely going to get in. So if Miami gets the ACC title game with 0 losses or with 1 loss, unless they just get absolutely worked in the ACC title game, I would think they're in, and thus the ACC would be a 2-bid league. But when you're doing your projections, when I'm putting my stuff out on Bud Elliott 3 on Twitter, or X, as you guys like to call it now, and I guess we probably should call it X, I don't project upsets in the conference championship game because you're going to put through who you think is going to win. So I definitely think that one of those leagues will likely get 2 in, but I don't know which one it is, and it would probably require an upset.
Talking college football with Bud Elliott, who we do every week at this time. You can follow him on X at Bud Elliott 3, 2 L's, 2 T's, the number 3, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, Cover 3, No Cast. I mean, you can see and hear him whenever you want, more than his wife for the next few months, quite frankly. All right. When the season began, I think we were all in agreement. If Notre Dame goes 10-2, they'll be in the playoff. Well, that's because we looked at the schedule and assumed 2 of the 3 losses would be either at A&M, at USC, or home to a really good Florida State team. Well, we didn't assume one of the 2 losses was going to be at home as a 4-touchdown favorite against Northern Illinois. Just curious if you still think a 10-2 Notre Dame can get in with that resume.
No, I don't. I think that the level of difficulty has been increased. They have to run the table now. I don't think you can go at 11-1 with a loss to Northern Illinois on the schedule, a 28.5 point upset at home, unless they are able to successfully spin that they lost it because Riley Leonard got hurt, which the reports out there now are that he was hurt in that game. And he certainly played like something was wrong with him. Obviously, if you watched it, he was really ineffective throwing the football. Okay, so it would basically be like you need to beat a really good Louisville team, which I think Louisville is. You need to beat a Florida State team that turns around and still makes a bowl game. So you at least have that on the resume. You have to beat USC, I think, in the final weekend.
So you don't think they can win 9 straight here, be 10-1? We can dismiss Northern Illinois as a fluke. They go out to USC, they lose, 24-20.
No, because the last memory of them for the committee would be a loss, and they don't play on conference championship weekend. I think people would hold that against them. I also don't know that the ACC teams they play are going to be that amazing for their resume, right? Like Florida State's not a great win at this point, clearly. I'm trying to think who else is on their schedule who they could hold up if they have that USC loss. So you beat A&M, which is like they're over under in Vegas, like they're adjusted as 7-5. So you probably got a win over an unranked A&M. You're going to play Louisville. You're going to play Stanford. You're going to play Georgia Tech, Navy, Virginia, Army, USC. Like Georgia Tech, not likely to be ranked. Navy, no. Virginia, no. Army, no. Purdue, probably not. Miami, Ohio, like could win the MAC, but that's not saying much. I think they are absolutely out if they lose that USC game. They've got to win that.
Speaking of the Noles, do they get it turned around this week against Memphis?
We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if I can trust this team right now, but it's Memphis also, I will say, failed to cover like the live line when they knocked Troy's quarterback out of the game. So they're not necessarily a juggernaut, but FSU doesn't look very good. I don't know they have great team chemistry. I don't think they have great leaders as far as player leadership on this team. So I don't have a lot of hope this season gets turned around in the big way, to be honest.
Would you make a change at quarterback there if you were Norvell and, go to the in-house kid? Wasn't he the third stringer who started the ACC title game?
I would, but I understand why he wouldn't, right? Because if you think DJU really gives you a better chance to win, it is important to not have like a disaster season. Okay. And I'm talking about like, it's important not to go 4-8. That type of thing. Like, yeah, you slipped up. The transfer chemistry wasn't quite as good this year. Some guys didn't play real well. That type of thing. Got it. If you go 4-8, like I think that hurts recruiting in a more material way. But I would start Brock because this is a non-conference game. And in the 12-team playoff era, your at-large chance is totally shot now. Your only chance to make the playoff, and I don't think they're going to the playoff. Like, I'm not trying to say they are. But internally, you kind of have to keep certain expectations alive as far as season goals. You tell your players, hey, our season goals are still ahead of us, blah, blah, blah. We can still win the league, even though they're like 50-1 to do so, obviously, because they have 2 conference losses. In a non-conference game, I don't really see what they had to lose from playing both. But I think Norvell would say, well, we have the game to lose if Brock Glenn's not ready to play and lead us to a victory over Memphis. But, I mean, I would say, like, if Brock Glenn's not ready to play and beat Memphis, you got problems.
Is there a game that we missed, Bud? Is there something else that you got out there that you got your eye on for this weekend?
It's a weird. We got some real bangers on weeknights this week. I mean, Arizona State, Texas State's a pretty damn good ball game for a Thursday night. On Friday, Arizona, Kansas State?
Yeah,
that's pretty huge. There's a lot of really good like weeknight games. We also have there's UNLV in Kansas. that's actually a pretty good game. On Saturday, it's a bit of a weak slate. Game day's going to South Carolina as they host LSU.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, how about this, though? We got the Civil War. Okay. Chance of an upset. Oregon State at home. Oregon has not looked good.
I kind of think the Ducks roll them.
Okay. All right.
If you watch that offensive line change in the second half of that game last week, Oregon's offense started scoring and moving the ball pretty much every drive. I don't really buy Oregon State that much.
Okay. Fair enough. He's Bud Elliott, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, Cover 3, Nolecast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3, Bud Elliott 3. All right. Looking good, my man.
Appreciate it, man.
All right. Keep that
Best
hair.
Best health, buddy.
Keep that hair tight. All right. It's looking good.
Wow. Fashion advice from Miller and Moulton. Something that nobody wants in this world. It's the last thing anybody wants.
Yes.
Was it really advice or was it just a comment? That's all. I was admiring his look. He looks good.
He does look good, but he doesn't need us to tell him that. He already knows that.
See, I had to do CBS radio this morning, so I had to put the polo on.
That's why the collared shirt's there. Now everything's coming together.
Certainly wasn't for Miller and Moulton. Chris Perkins next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904 of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Chris Perkins joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. He covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel. The Sun Sentinel produces an enormous amount of Dolphins content. If you're into the Dolphins, you probably already know that, but sun-sentinel.com. Okay, you can follow Chris on X at Chris Perk. Chris, David, and Mark, once again, wow, as eventful as a game can be with star players being in handcuffs beforehand, my question is this going to be a 72-hour story? Or do you think this goes beyond tomorrow night's game? Because the organization is clearly taken a side opposite that of law enforcement.
Yeah, David, you're right, man. Thanks for having me once again on my weekly visit here. Yeah, this whole thing, here's what's frustrating to me. Let's get beyond the blame in this thing, because you get bogged down when you play that blame game. There's blame on both sides, right? Tyreek, you cannot roll your freaking window up when you've got dark tint. They don't know what you have. Like, use some common sense, and you can't take this attitude of just give me my ticket so I can be on my way. Like you can't do that. Police, you can't come banging aggressively on the window, and there's no reason to yank them out of the car and throw them down on the ground. So there's blame on both sides. I think at the root of this is just a genuine lack of respect, right? The police didn't respect Tyreek. Tyreek didn't respect the police. And so now this is where we're at, and both sides are so dug in. Like, I just have no reason to believe we're going to see change, right? Because to have change in this case, to me, you need some compromise. I don't hear that. I don't hear any culpability. I don't hear any, I need to look at my actions before I criticize the other side's actions. So I do think that this is going to continue as the police officer tries to get his job back, tries to get reinstated from administrative leave. That's going to be a story as the Dolphins come out with ideas, what they're going to try to do to help bridge this gap in the community. That's going to be a story. So it is going to go on. And I'm just, I'm sorry. I'm just very pessimistic because I don't hear that either side is ready to compromise. So I think it just becomes such a political game also so quickly. It's just, the event is real, and the aftermath just becomes this political game. It sickens me in that sense.
All right. The police did, I guess he's on administrative leave until this is done. The Dolphins have dug in a little harder. Drew Rosenhaus has dug in. Hill's got an attorney digging in. So it looks as if the Dolphins are on the offensive on this, and I don't know if they should be, Chris, if you know what I mean.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing, and I've got a column that's coming out later today that, and the headline is, why am I writing my third column in 8 months on Tyreek Hill's off-field behavior? Like this is ridiculous. I mean, he had the police called to his house in January for a domestic thing. He had the house fire. He was sued by a female social media influencer for allegedly breaking her leg while they're doing football drills in his backyard. Like, how ridiculous is that? He had to deal with the divorce petition that was filed and then mysteriously withdrawn 8 days later. He had to deal with the boat captain at Haulover Marina. It's like, enough. Like, where is the common sense? Is somebody going to talk to Tyreek? Like, I really like Tyreek. He's got a magnetic personality. He's a lot of fun. Obviously, he's a Hall of Fame caliber football player. He's the most important player on that team. I wrote a column last year saying he should have been MVP of the league. Of course, that was before he got hurt against Tennessee. But where's the common sense here? How can you have this many off-field headlines in 2+ years? It makes no sense. And so I just see a lot of enabling with Tyreek from the organization. Somebody's got to pull him aside and say, Tyreek, like, you can't be a knucklehead. Like, straighten up. Like, but I didn't see that from the Dolphins. It's all, you know, the police fault and Tyreek did what he was supposed to do. I don't hear anything from either side, but specifically Tyreek, man. Like, why all these off-field incidents?
Well, hey, he had a couple incidents in college. He was enabled there. The Chiefs enabled him until they couldn't afford him. So Chris Perkins, Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk. All right. By the way, they're playing the Bills tomorrow night. It's kind of a big deal. I actually think, Chris, it's a must win. At the very least, they have to hold serve at home against the Bills, particularly since you could argue this is supposed to be the best Dolphins team in 20 years. This is the weakest Bills team in the last 5 or 6.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, I wouldn't say must win, but it's a need to win. It's a gotta win, you know, because, right, I agree with everything you said. I mean, the Dolphins are supposed to be real this year, and Buffalo is down. And, you know, the thing is, they've got Josh Allen, obviously, right? He's 11-2 against the Dolphins. He puts on his Superman cape, and he finds a way to beat the Dolphins. So that's the big thing, is that, like, we've seen in the last few years that the Bills have been without Tre'Davious White. They've been without Matt Milano. Now they're without Stephon Diggs. They'll be without their center, Mitch Morse. And you always say, well, if not now, when? And here comes Josh Allen, you know. So, and I did pick the Bills in this game because they have Josh Allen. I agree with everything you say. If not now, when? And you're at home, and Buffalo is traveling on a short week. It's just Josh Allen. I fear and respect that man.
The Miami Dolphins got off to a rough start. I mean, that was about to be 24-7 and game over if the ball's not punched out and a great fumble play to get the ball back and Tyreek scores the next play. We all know what happened from there. But why did the Dolphins get off to such a slow start, Chris?
That's a good question. You know, it would be easy to blame, you know, the lack of activity during training camp, but you know how the starters don't really do a whole lot, and Mike McDaniel especially gives them a lot of rest. But really, that's kind of relative around the league. The starters don't play in the preseason games. They get their work in joint practices. So that's kind of, you know, around the league. I just think there was a whole lot of new stuff going on with the Dolphins. And, you know, as far as Anthony Weaver and the defense, you know, that was new. On offense, I thought that I saw a change in offense. They were going to the tight ends more. The tight ends had a terrible game, right? Durham Smythe with 2 drops and a penalty, and Jonnu Smith with a drop. I think Julian Hill had a holding call. But they did throw to the tight ends more than in previous seasons. They handed off to Alec Ingold on a 3rd and 1. My goodness. Like they actually ran with a fullback on 3rd down. I applaud that. I like that they were kind of trying to play some big boy football, right? Using the tight ends, using the fullback. So I think that's something that's also kind of new for them, that play calling. I applaud Mike McDaniel for that. I've been begging for that. So I think there was some kind of new stuff going on, but in the second half, yeah, the defense pitches a shutout. You get the big plays from the offense. By the way, special teams was incredible. Just go beyond the Jason Sanders field goal. Jake Bailey, the punter, 4 punts, 49.5 yards per punt, 3 inside the 20, and I think 1 at the 3 and 1 at the 12 or something like that. But yeah, they really got it going in the second half. But the first half, I think it was just a lot of new stuff.
Well, what's the game plan for Josh Allen? Okay, honestly, I mean, no, seriously. I mean, they got to be a new defensive coordinator, new scheme. Okay, they know he's Superman. So what are they going to do differently to try to slow down Superman?
Well, that's a good question, and shame on me for not doing my homework. But here's what I think. Anthony Weaver, the new defensive coordinator, he had been with Baltimore, right, defensive line coach. I don't know what kind of success Baltimore had against Josh Allen. I don't know how Anthony Weaver was involved in, devising the game plan. I plan on looking that up later today. However, if they had success in Baltimore, I would expect that Anthony Weaver will bring some of those ideas and principles with him. If not, I think you just do the best that you can. You try to contain them. Don't let them run. Don't let them scramble. Don't let them make those off-schedule plays that he makes so well. And remember, here's the truth about Josh Allen. He'll keep both teams in the game at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
He makes those turnovers, the fumbles, the interceptions, except against the Dolphins. He always corrects himself in the fourth quarter. So, see if you can, I don't know if you can damage that left hand of his that's already hurt, but you need, and within the rules, but you need every edge you can. Hopefully you can feast off of some Josh Allen turnovers, but really just kind of watch those off-schedule plays, try to corral them and keep them in the pocket as best you can.
And the other side of it is that defensively for Miami, they should be able to, with these receivers aren't great. They should be able to run a lot of man. They should be able to, if they have to spy for Allen. And the way Phillips played coming off of the injury, it was, I think, surprised everyone. I mean, defensively, health-wise, and scheme-wise, they should be more prepared for Buffalo than ever before.
Yeah, they should be. It's a lot of the same personnel with Buffalo, except without, the Stephon Diggs and Mitch Morse, their center, who was, he was in and out of lineup with concussions last year anyway. But Buffalo has just chipped away at their talent, and they still have the same game plan. But you should know it, like the back of your hand. It's funny that people were talking this week about, Mike White, Dolphins backup quarterback from last year, that's in Buffalo. And people have been asking, do you think they're going to pick Mike White's brain? I'm like, they're probably telling Mike White what they did. Like they've beaten them 13 of the last 15. They don't need Mike White's knowledge. They're telling Mike White what they did, and Mike White is the one who's being amazed. So, the Dolphins know what's coming, so they should be prepared. I do think it's mostly a matter of execution as opposed to a matter of game plan and outsmarting Sean McDermott and Mike McDaniel outsmarting him. It's execution. Like, what you want to do, execute against Buffalo.
Chris Perkins, Dolphins columnist for the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. A wealth of Dolphins material produced by the Sun Sentinel. Chris and Dave Hyde combined for a Dolphins deep dive every week as well. Go to sun-sentinel.com. Follow Chris on X at Chris Perk. Chris, short week. Get back to work. Thanks for spending time with us.
Hey, thanks. And let me plug my co-worker, David Furunas. He's also on Dolphins deep dive with Perk. So, we will talk again next week, guys. Thanks.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, quick story. When we were in Act 2, I got a very threatening, angry phone call from the guy from C4MH because he thought he was paying me to do his commercials because that's what the rep told him. As you well know, in Act 2, we weren't allowed to take any money to do commercials for people.
Correct.
Which is why I quit doing commercials for everyone because I wasn't getting paid.
Right.
So he screamed at me, said he'd never work with me again. So when we brought this up, I've tried to make amends. The ad they're running, it's September, and the ad is about New Year's resolutions. So I will call him from time to time and say, hey, just want to let you know you're still running that New Year's resolution ad on one of the stations that we broadcast on. Thought you might want to update the ad. Still doesn't call me back. I have more fun leaving those messages than ever before.
Now, see, that's how we roll, ladies and gentlemen. That's once again, we're pretty good people till you just step over that line. But once you step over that line, it's fair game for the rest of your life.
And I've got a Zoom call with another competitor company to try to get on the air here in the next week or so.
No. Tell them we'll do it on a discount.
No.
Well, my share. That's funny. Because Mark would be like, well, I'm taking my rightful share out of it. You can get the rest. Fine.
By the way,
I would do that just so that you could get it at the CMH guy there. I would.
You just watched how our company worked in action right there. It needs a 2-0 vote. It did not get a 2-0 vote.
It was a 2-0 vote. No. You got your share. It's unaffected. And I'm willing to split it 70-30 or whatever so that we can stick it to the guy. Absolutely.
Chris was fired up this morning. Literally the last thing he said to me goes, just be ready on that dump button. That whole Tyreek thing had him fired up. I'm like,
yeah.
I got you. I got you.
By the way, that's onions. Okay. He's going to write the columns he's going to write in Miami, and he's going to walk into that locker room every day. That's how you do your job. Because you're going to get it.
I'm thinking very hard about subscribing to the Sun Sentinel just to read his stuff.
Because that's how you're a columnist, by the way. You write your stuff and you walk into the locker room every day. I'm right here. I'm right here.
I got some numbers here coming out of the break, David.
Okay. By the way, ESPN was pounding their chest yesterday. Their Monday Night Football rating was pretty remarkable. I think for cable, for regular season, I think it was amazing. And the game wasn't that good.
No, but that Aaron Rodgers story's.
I guess people are into it. I will say the Athletic guy did a profile as to what Aaron Rodgers has done for his hometown of Chico, California. Wow. Kept businesses afloat during the pandemic. I mean, the money he has raised, millions of dollars for so many causes for Chico, California. I mean, honestly, remarkable what he's done.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Mark coming at you from the Floormeister studio. Floormeister's keeping it real. We'll be in the studio together Thursday. That's tomorrow, you know.
I don't want to diss Floormeisters here because, just keeping it real and all. But if I'm in the Floormeister studio, where the hell are you?
Oh,
and does that mean we could sell your house as another studio?
No. I'm just, I'm Floormeisters. We're keeping it real.
Get some Cortec under your feet. Do something over there, huh? Would you?
I got some hardwood. I know that.
That's just in the head.
But boom. Chris Perkins fired up. By the way, that's how you're a columnist. Seriously, you write what it is you write, and you know that the people you're covering may not like it. And you know what you do? You walk in that locker room every day, and he is going to get blasted by guys in that locker room. Okay. And I'm serious. Okay. He is going to get cursed at. All right. He's going to write a couple columns. He just told us what they are. It's going to make his job harder, the columns that he's writing in the next 24 hours. That's a columnist.
So I just saw this post on X, David, and I trust the source, so I'm going to read it.
Okay.
Josh Allen versus the Dolphins.
Oh, boy.
10-2. A 66% completion percentage. He's thrown for 3,363 yards with 33 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. He's averaged 56.3 rushing yards per game at a clip of 7.5 yards per carry.
In other words, he's a problem.
Yeah.
A big problem.
8 carries for 56 yards and 3,300 yards total in 12 games.
Right. So basically, he's good for about 330, 340 yards of offense running and throwing. And by the way, while last year he was the top 3 quarterback in the league and turning it over, he's not that quarterback against the Dolphins.
Right.
I will say there's not a single receiver they have to double anymore.
Nope.
Don't you, if you're the Dolphins, attack him? And I mean attack him more than maybe you have before?
It's kind of the question I said to Chris. Isn't this a lot of man coverage?
And you would think you could blitz off the edges a little bit more and, yeah. Make the revamped offensive line in Buffalo, and even if it's just at the center position, make them prove it. Whoop us. Listen, Jags only ran 50 plays. I mean, the Dolphins had moments defensively in that game, second quarter, fourth quarter. They were very good. Very good. Defense kept them in it so that they could win it.
You could argue the defense won the game for them. They don't force that fumble, they don't win that football game.
I would agree, but then again, Jacksonville was driving on them. But yeah.
They were driving on them, but they didn't score.
Nope, they didn't.
At the end of the game, that's the object. You can have a bend but don't break, particularly if you can get a turnover or two. And that's what I think they have to do against Buffalo. Is they got to figure out a way to create a couple turnovers. To finally get Allen to fumble the ball against them, to throw a pick. To force his hand as opposed to the other way around. But this is what we've talked about all offseason, David. Miami against good football teams.
Yep. This just in, Mark. They're not very good. Now, I consider Jacksonville a good team. They're not a very good team. I consider them a good team. They won 10 games and 9 games the last 2 years. All right. They've won a playoff game in the last 2 years. They've won a division title. Okay. They're a good team. They're talented. Dolphins beat them close at home. Okay. But we don't know if they're a playoff team. We don't know if they're a very good team. We know Buffalo is until proven otherwise. Can they get it done at home? Because one of those 2 wins, by the way, the Bills totally dominated the Dolphins. Time of possession was 43-17. They ran over twice as many plays. It was the one time during this little 6-7 year spurt where the Bills absolutely gave away a game to the Dolphins. That's one of the 2 Dolphins wins in this series.
So how do you stop Josh Allen? That's the quest for the Miami Dolphins defense Thursday night as we get football started tomorrow with a big one for Miami.
Listen, you started this segment with numbers. Can I throw some numbers at you?
Please.
Did you see the Monday Night Football ratings?
I did not.
It did over 20 million. That game was on cable.
Yeah. Well, was it on ABC as well or no?
I
don't know. I have become Seth when it comes. I just clicked. That's the game. Click.
I don't know if in certain market. Okay, so it was simulcast on ABC. Oh, okay. Well, then that's all right. That makes it a little less impressive in my eyes. But over 20 million. Apparently, the 3 highest rated Monday Night Football games that they've had in the last 20 years have been in the last 3 years. And for those of you wondering why it is Joe and Troy are paid what they're paid, ESPN PR sent out the message and credited Joe and Troy. So if you wonder why they're getting paid what they're getting paid and why it is that most people in the industry think that when it comes time for their contracts to get renewed, that they're not getting a cut. When your boss is crediting you for the ratings, call my agent.
Did you and I didn't see, so I hate doing this, but how did Brady's first game go from a numbers standpoint?
Haven't seen. I'm guessing it was huge. Is what I'm guessing. Although I will say CBS boasted that their single headers this week, highest rated single headers this century for CBS. So that's why I'm guessing that NFL viewership was just really big across the board. So, by the way, the difference between the game and the Manning cast, the game did 20.5 million. Manning cast did 1.3.
And I usually watch the Manning cast just because I'm kind of not footballed out, but regular footballed out. But if the game intrigues me more, like Monday night did, I tend to watch the main broadcast. If I don't have as much interest in the game, I'll watch the Manning cast for a little more entertainment.
Right. And I get that. And obviously, I mean, they're doing it for a reason. They're trying to get you however they can. But so that's just some numbers. It was, however, 2 million less than watched the Aaron Rodgers 4-play opener last year against Buffalo. All the hype. It was on September 11th. Okay. And obviously Aaron with the Jets and the whole deal. That game went overtime. I mean, it was a much better game.
Right. That'll keep people longer. The game being a blowout in the second half, a lot of TVs get switched off and people go to bed. That's just the way it is.
But
because the Jets still have that appeal because they're, you get buried with Jet talk no matter where you are.
Well, New York-based national media in a lot of cases. Miller and Moulton. So there you go. Some Josh Allen numbers. Some TV ratings. That's how we roll. Tomorrow on the show, by the way, Roy Cummings to talk Bucks, Dr. Roto to answer your fantasy questions.
I got a bone to pick with him.
Okay. JP Shadrick to talk about the Jags hosting the Browns. And I think we'll get a Bills guest to talk more about the Dolphins and the Bills. Got to appease the mafia, Mark. Okay. Whatever the mafia is, you got to appease it.
No truer words have ever been said, David.
Glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh,
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know about all of you, but I'm very disappointed that phone didn't ring.
Listen, CBW, I don't know if I'm a bad person for taking the phone.
No, you're not.
And not just, dropping it off and lost and found, even though there's apparently no chance at all that this person's going to get their phone back. So somebody told me that there's an app, or was it Michael, you in the Twitch chat room, that said there's an app, Find Your Phone?
Yes.
So like this person could go on it and know that someone in Jacksonville has their phone. Well, then call the number.
Well, they'd have to have the app. Oh my God.
I really want to.
If you were in the other room right now, I would have just gotten up. I'd have walked over. I'd have smacked you in the back of the head with an open hand. and walked back in. And I got on the thing and looked at your mother and said, that was for you.
I really want to get this person their phone back. I can't believe the one opportunity may be when Mama called and I was talking to my wife. Yeah, Adam, I did it overnight. Phone's fully charged. Hell, I'm bringing it with me on this road trip. By the way, a quick story, Realtor Clark. A picture of me in the Dino costume is apparently in the network TV booth in Tuscaloosa. And it's still there because the CBS people made fun of me late last year and they put it up in the booth. And apparently no one's taking it down because somebody who used to be on the Monday Night Football crew was in that booth Saturday, took a picture of it, sent it to me.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Did you hit your daughter with that yesterday? What's in your mind? Like you said you were gonna?
You have to say that again, David, because I was in a fog and didn't turn your mic on.
Did you say what's in your mind to your daughter yesterday when you picked her up like you said you were gonna?
You know what? I didn't.
Oh, well, it's got to do it today then.
I do. Sometimes I get in the groove of the music, David, and I just don't turn microphones on. It happens once a show.
That's all right, Mark. We were in the middle of an interview. I turned my microphone off because I had to take a swig of Gatorade Zero, Mark, and that was far more important than anything we were doing, and didn't turn my mic back on.
It's quite a ride on this show every day. That's all I can say. It's quite a ride.
We've never pretended we're the major leagues. It's just a matter of how far below them we really are.
Some days we're AAA. Some days, well, we're playing in rookie league ball.
Yes, we are hoping to not get designated for assignment, which has happened multiple times before.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, we start in 1789 today. Alexander Hamilton appointed the first Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. 1927, Babe Ruth hits his 50th home run during his record 60 home run season. 1967, The Carol Burnett Show premieres on CBS TV. Highly underrated.
Totally agree.
Was watching a bit with Tim Conway where he had the entire cast completely buckled over when he was talking about the Siamese twins elephants. So good. Today in 1977, the Atari 2600, originally known as the Atari Video Computer System, is released. It revolutionized the video game industry. I had one. It was delightful. You all remember playing that basketball game with the stick figures?
Oh, yeah.
Great stuff. Chrissy wins her sixth and final U.S. Open today in 1982, beating Hannah Monlikova in straight sets. Connors goes back-to-back in 83.
Beat Lendl both times, 82, 83.
Pete Rose gets career hit 4192 today in 1985.
Off Eric Shaw of the Padres.
Eric Wynn Placer Shaw.
Well done, Chris Berman.
Yes.
Well done.
Agassi wins his first U.S. title today in 94 in straight sets. The Starr Report. Ken Starr's report on Bill Clinton. That was sent to Congress today in 98.
What did it conclude? That he fooled around with the intern? I mean, did we really need to have a report?
1999, Serena wins her first Grand Slam title, beating Martina Hingis in straight sets. Obviously, today in 2001, we all know what happened. We were attacked. 2005, Federer goes back-to-back. He beats Agassi. It was Agassi's last appearance in a Grand Slam final.
So I'm watching that match, and I'm all on Agassi, obviously. And it's tied at a set apiece, and Agassi goes up 4-2 in the third. And, Mark, it was the definition of momentum. He's playing out of his mind. Everybody in the joint's rooting for him. Against Federer. Federer takes it to a level in which I think Agassi won like one game the rest of the match. Okay. He just in the next half hour proceeds to say to Agassi, hey, man, you've had a great run. All right. You're an all-time great. Let me show you where I'm about to take this sport.
2017, Irma made its way through Florida and Georgia, leaving me and 7 million other people without power. I lost power for like 13 days. Kind of my number with hurricanes. Hoping we can get through a year without that this year. And in 2022, Carlos Alcaraz wins his first major, winning the U.S. Open. Paul Bear Bryant. Oh, sorry, David.
We had just started Act 2. We were on the air like, what, 3 weeks? Or a
If
week?
that.
No, a week, because we started like after Labor Day.
Right.
So we're on the air like a week, and then we're off air for nearly 3.
Yeah, I was back with power before the radio station was. Paul Bear Bryant, Ed Sable, Tom Landry, all born today.
Wow.
Mickey Hart from the Dead's 81, Jeff Sluman 67, Harry Connick Jr. 57. What'd I miss, David?
Well, it was a big day in 71. Khrushchev died. But also Donny Osmond, Mark, with his first number 1 hit. He was 13 with Go Away Little Girl. Yep.
Do you know it?
Doesn't
sound familiar to me.
No, he had 2 number 1 hits. By the way, a reminder, Springsteen's yet to have 1. Donny Osmond had 2 number 1 hits. I do just want to point out Frankie Beverly of Frankie Beverly and the Maze died this morning at the age of 77. R&B group and quite the history, wrote for Marvin Gaye back in the day. Frankie Beverly passed away today.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Mexico for the good, where what could have been bad turned out to be okay. A tiger escaped a zoo in the town of Los Laranga and was prompting warnings in Texas in the border town because there was a tiger on the loose for a week. The tiger has been captured.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he just hanging out with a Sprite and a cigarette outside a convenience store somewhere? I mean,
it never left too far from the zoo. You know why? Because the zoo was feeding him.
Right.
Fortunately, the tiger didn't go all tiger. For the bad, we go to Norway, where a golden eagle has now gone after 4 humans. The bird has attacked 4 people, 1 twice. A bicycler was scratched and clawed while he was going down a mountainside. The same eagle has been responsible for attacks on 3 other people in the mountain areas of Norway over the last week, assaulting a toddler that required the child to get stitches. It's a pissed off eagle.
Yeah.
Finally, the ugly. We go to North Fort Myers, where a Cape Coral teen was arrested after setting a house on fire. That's right. Anjay Montemonio is the one responsible for the arson. He can be found on surveillance videos purchasing a gas can and gasoline from a Circle K, and then said, hey, let's start a house on fire. The 17-year-old has been apprehended. That is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Doing their job once again. Go to capecops.com. Take care of the arson suspect. Among other things, capecops.com, proud sponsor of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Hey, next time you talk to the sergeant there, ask him how they'd go after a tiger on the loose.
Well, many Friday and Saturday nights, they've got to control a lot of cougars that are on the loose in the Cape.
Hello! See what he did there? That's some talent, ladies and gentlemen. 15 Major League Baseball games today. 4 of them in the afternoon.
Not right there if you didn't get it. That was a shot.
Four of them.
Take your afternoon baseball games.
In the afternoon. Marlins are playing a glorified mighty nooner. They start at 12:30 in Pittsburgh. Got to admit, that sounds like a great play hooky. I mean, there'll be nobody there. Skeens isn't pitching. So, I mean, come on. It'd be 8,000 people there. You play hooky. You leave at noon. Hey, I'm just going out to lunch. I'll see you guys later. Never come back.
Well, if you're working from home, you could actually work there and have a section to yourself where if you had to take a call, it wouldn't be that much of a problem.
So like if you had the lost phone and you took it with you and they called you during the game?
Exactly.
All right. WNBA tonight. We taking Caitlin Clark and the Fever?
David, we're taking them to win. We've got them on the money line.
Look at that. The Fever getting 3.5 at home against Vegas. Vegas, the 4th best team in the league. The Fever, the 6th. Yeah. The Aces from Vegas are the 2-time defending league champs. We're riding Caitlin Clark.
If this goes the wrong way, we may be done betting the WNBA for a while.
It'd be 3 in a row. It would be. That would be. We'd have to just cool it. We would. So, that's it. Is there anything else going on tonight that I missed? There's no debate or anything, is there?
Thank goodness. All the dogs and cats are safe. I mean, I do think, the baseball is interesting because you got Orioles and Red Sox.
Oh, yeah. No, there's a lot of interesting series. I mean, the Royals and the Yankees. Guardians also. There are a couple situations that are interesting. Both the Mets and the Guardians play this afternoon. So the Royals will know what the Guardians will have done when they show up for batting practice. The Braves in Washington will know whether the Mets have won or lost when they're taking batting practice. 2.5 weeks left in the season, 17 games. Either, real opportunity, we'll gain a game tonight, or, pressure, we got to win, or we're going to lose a game tonight. That sort of deal.
But no, it's just a mere get prepped for Thursday night football night, David. This is just the calm before the storm because, according to Bud Elliott, not only do we have Dolphins and Bills, but we have Arizona State and Texas State.
We do. Hey, it's on the 4-letter network.
Did you hear the way he spoke about that game? Though?
He's hardcore, though. You got to.
Yes, he is.
I mean, he makes his entire life living. He's got a family to support. It's all about college football. Yes, gambling is a significant part of it. He's all into Arizona State, only a 1.5-point favorite at Texas State. So there. Listen, I'm impressed. We got 2 decent Friday night football games if you're into Friday the 13th football.
Well, yeah, because Big Fox is putting a game on every Friday night now.
Yeah, they're beginning this Friday. And Brando's got the call. And it's 2 top 20 teams. Arizona at K-State. Big 12 matchup, because when you think Big 12, you think Arizona.
You should.
Well, you do now. But also UNLV Kansas on Friday night on the 4-Letter Network. Don't sleep on UNLV. Just saying.
I like Kansas. I don't know if they'll cover. I mean, after losing to Illinois, I expect a big bounce back from Kansas in that game. They're at home, after all. So,
well, I mean, Kansas football at home.
Right.
But, yep, Fox taking over from the NFL. You know, the NFL had a game last Friday. Now Fox will try to ruin high school football by having a Friday night primetime game. Anything that the NFL and the TV networks can do to just hurt everyone and everything below them, they will systematically try to do.
You don't like these Friday night games, do you?
No, I do not. Listen, I will say it again, though, and I know I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. I get it. In Florida, I would play basketball now. I would play football November through February. I mean, every Friday night, storms, lightning, it's been this way forever. This just in. It's going to be this way forever. And don't talk to me about the recruiting, okay? First off, all the talent's in Florida. Trust me, they'll change dates for recruiting to make sure that the Florida kids are taken care of. They will. Don't kid yourself. All right? And besides, the NLI days are early February. Most of the football season will be done by then. I'm not playing around. In Florida, I would play basketball now, indoors, air conditioning. Who cares that it's raining outside? And I'd play football November through February. You know, when the weather's amazing.
It's a hill David Moulton will die on. He has not changed one iota in the past 12, 15 years when you first came up with this. I mean, it took you a while to get to this, so it wasn't when you first got here, but 12, 15 years that you've been on this.
Easy. Yep. Wrote multiple columns about it and everything. I am willing to die on this hill.
Boy, the comments for those columns were spectacular, too.
Ooh-wee.
Might have to look one of those up just to read the comments today.
I mean, it was kind of like, worse than what they say about Ryan Day when he loses to Michigan. That's how bad it was.
Oof.
Roy Cummings, Dr. Roto, JP Shadrick tomorrow. Have a great rest of your hump day, Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, We're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton